Hey everybody, what's going on? Brother John here. Figure I'd just throw a hangout up here, see if anyone wants to join in, shoot the breeze. So come on by. We are broadcasting live, just so you get a heads up. So if you want to come in, talk about anything you like, ask me a question, I might answer you. I don't know, but I got some time to kill before excuse me, before I watch my favorite TV show. I have no viewers right now, but the invite just went out, and hopefully some people come on in here. And yeah, so we'll just sit here and wait. Uh, Today I had a little quick, I did one of those fast food dinners, which was like a sin. Got me some Taco Bell. Not good, not good at all. But it was pretty tasty. Quesadilla, a burrito, rice and beans. Um, so, yep, come on in, shoot the breeze with me. Say hi, even if it's only for a little bit. Tell me how your day's going. All right? Oh, that looks pretty. Wow, look at that. That looks bright. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Mm. Come on, come on in. I see zero viewers. I'm gonna let it shine. Out of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Do 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 do. I hope somebody comes in here because somebody watches this video later. They're gonna be listening to me humming and singing. I don't know if you want that. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Come on. And if you hear nobody talking, probably got to fast forward the video. Yeah. And in case you're watching this video, before people come in here, and perhaps you don't have a link to the room or an invite, please, if you're interested in, basically most of the time we're talking religion, beliefs, unbeliefs, all different types, and if you want to be part of that conversation, just Google plus me, and I'll put you in my God Talk circles. That's who the invite went out to. God talk. Let's see, we got links here. Okay. Let it shine. Ah, come on now. If you're one of my subscribers, you want to join the conversation, maybe you're not in my God circle again, checking my email if you want to come chat, and I'll shoot you the link. You know, matter of fact, I'll just do this. I'll just go to YouTube now, and let's see. Whoops, what did I do? What did I do here? Okay. No? Did I mess up? Oh boy, what did I do now? No, cancel that. Cancel, cancel. Cancel. Man, what did I do? Why did I do that? I pressed, no, cancel. Okay. Oh, man. Looks like I messed up. What did I do? I got this damn thing in front of me. How do I get out of this? Oh, finally. Okay. Still no viewers? Come on. Alright, we're going to put the link take this. Let's see. I thought it was going live. All right, I'm going to step away for a second, and I will put this video. Oh, I see we have a viewer out there. Hey, how you doing? Whoever you are. I just put up a video on YouTube with the link if you want to come join. Unless you have a question, I can open up question and answer. Oh, told me it's disabled. I should have done it. Okay, I see. Still learning this. Says I should have done it before I put the hang up on. Okay. Well, there's a link in the video. Just put the invite out there, so I hope a couple people come in. See what happens. I'll check my. Sometimes we've been having problems with these links. I'll just check my email, make sure. Just in case someone's having a problem getting in. Okay. Well, I wish I knew who was viewing. I wish we can have a talk back and forth. At least get a question or something. I don't know if how you got the link, but if you want to come on in, YouTube channel's Third Proverb. And I just put the video up there, Shoot the Breeze, with the link to the Hangout. What I'm finding, and I see what a lot of YouTubers, it seems like a small percentage, very small percentage of your actual subscribers um, actually view your videos, and then you have even a smaller percentage that actually comment or even, thumbs up or thumbs down you. I think I have like, I don't know, 700 and something subscribers, and on average, I say within a week's time, maybe 40 people watch the video. So that's like 5%, not even. Uh, and then you get, and then you'll get maybe 10% of those people. So it comes out to 3 or 4 that'll actually thumbs up or comment. Uh, Seems yeah, YouTube's changed a lot. Used to be more engaging in the early days. It seems. I don't know. I don't know. Ugh. Come on, people. I'm not gonna wait around all day. Oh wait, what's this? We got a Darius. Is that what it says? You joined the video call. If that's you, Darius, I don't know. That's what it says. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're doing good. I guess if I had a couple thousand subscribers, it'd be a lot easier to get people in here. Mm. Just have to have a little patience. Mm. I'm gonna step away for 2 minutes. That'll probably be when somebody comes in here. Murphy's Law never fails. But I'm hanging out on my patio, and I need to get a sweatshirt on. It's getting a little chilly. There's the sun going down here. I shall be right back. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Oh. Oh, the Idol Smasher. He emailed me. He'll be home later. He'll check back. Well, hopefully not too much later. Hopefully he'll still be here. I like Idol Smasher. James, good guy. Nice guy. I like talking to him. Why don't you come on in, Dar? If that's you, Darius, come on in. Whoever's viewing, come on in. Say hello. Or at least chat. Text chat if you want. I don't have much light here. I try to introduce. Come on, my cat. Trying to get say hello. Say hello. Yeah, there. My name is Snowball. Say hello, Snowball. Bye. Go ahead. Okay. Waiting and waiting. Guess what I'll do is just send out another invite. I only got like 40 people in my circle, so. But then again, there is a link to the video. There we go. Okay, we'll wait a little bit longer, send another invite out, see what happens. I'm going to step for a second. Hopefully I don't miss anybody. I got some hot chocolate brewing there. See, you have a person named Gratarti out there. I think that's the first time I've seen that name. Hello, strange man. Yes, I can be strange sometimes. Yes, I'm a strange man. You gotta be a little strange in this world to survive. A little bit crazy. You know, a little bit crazy. Just a little bit. Not too crazy, but you have to be a little nutty just to survive. Sense of humor. Get past all the seriousness, huh? The drama, the conflicts, the bad news. Get past all that. Gotta be a little crazy. But if you're out there, come on in. What was his name again? Sorry. Gratati Spiro. Come on in. Say hello. It seems like the people who gets the most subscribers, and such as just like on television, right? If you're not controversial to some degree, you know, we make people want to watch you. You know, like P.T. Barnum said, even bad publicity is good publicity. I guess I have to be more controversial or something. I don't know. That's just not my nature to really be bawling on somebody and get nasty with somebody for no reason. You know, I'm not here to convert or deconvert anybody. And there goes our viewer. Come on in.
Hey, John.
Well, well, oh, thank goodness somebody popped in and said hello.
What's going down, Chief?
Just hanging. I figured, let me, it's just had some time to kill. It's like, let me open up a hangout. Why not see who's around?
I was gonna come in earlier, but I had to get the steaks on the grill. So,
Ah, I hear you. You're barbecuing?
no, I'm just grilling out a few steaks.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't eat steak at all much, to tell you the truth, myself. I like a good barbecue burger, and then even that, I try to. I'm not a vegetarian or anything. It's just I guess I just try to not to eat too much meat, especially steaks. I don't know about you. Does it tend to stay in your system like for a long time? You kind of feel it.
yeah, and I know steaks are bad for your liver because it's hard for your body to digest that red meat. So,
Oh, yeah, there you go.
but
Exactly.
my wife bought a bunch of steaks off of some guy, so I have a freezer full, and I decided we should eat some tonight.
All right. Definitely enjoy. How you like it? How you like the steak?
uh, the particular time we're cooking tonight is pretty good. It's already marinated and everything. It's like a pepper steak, so those are pretty good.
No, I mean, do you like it rare, well done, or?
Oh, I like it well. I don't want to see no red. I can't see no red. No, no red for me. It has to be cooked all the way through.
Yeah, me too. I like it, pretty well done.
Right.
Medium, you know. My mother, God, she likes the red. I'm like, how could you eat that like that? God.
No, it can be maybe a little bit, but it can't be pink. It has to be red,
Yeah,
red. It's cooked
she
as
likes
much as possible.
she likes it pink.
No, I couldn't do pink. Pink is not good. No.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm chatting right quick.
Hmm. You gonna have some potatoes with those with that steak?
I believe we're doing macaroni and baked beans with the steaks.
Nice, nice.
Yes.
I was bad today. I picked up Taco Bell.
Oh, I think I know they call it meat, but I'm not sure if it's meat.
I had the, I had the chicken, but that's probably the same case.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you been in any hangouts lately, or you just been?
I popped in. I was listening to one. I was listening. What was to Veckles a little bit. I was just listening in. Because I don't think they were doing apologetics, and I was it was just getting boring after a while. In
Yeah, I
my
think I know G-Man has one going on right now, but
oh,
G-Man has one. I guess his break wasn't too long. It was like what, a whole week.
I yeah.
And I think Darius, another atheist, he sent me just another atheist. He sent me a thing. I think he has one going on as well. So,
Okay, because I think he popped in here and was viewing for a little bit,
oh, yeah, busy night, I guess.
but yeah, Veckles chat hangout reminded me of the days when I we used to be in when I was in church and we used to debate all different doctrines and stuff like that. So that's what it was reminding me of.
No, yeah, yeah. I was in a debate with Beckel earlier. Um, some crazy atheist guy was in there. Just he was he was entertaining. I'll tell you that.
I'd much rather be in the room with Beckel than G-Man, most definitely. Beckel, he seems like he's very pleasant guy, nice, and
Yeah, he's over there right now, and on G-Man has a little thing going
Oh,
on, but they're mainly talking atheism.
okay. Well, I don't have G-Man in my circles or anything. I don't know. I just I don't know. He just rubs me a little the wrong way here, you know.
Yeah,
And it's not even because he's a Christian. It's just the way he deals with the hangouts and tries to talk over people and dominate the, just.
Yeah. Well, he tries to run through ideas that aren't his, and so he's still trying to get, I guess, acclimated to them.
Hmm.
And I think he has a lot of incomplete arguments that he tries to use, and that's really gets in trouble sometimes.
Yeah. Now, did you say you were a Christian once, right? I know you're a deist, right?
Yes.
Um, you were Christian one time, right? Or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah. Southern Baptist. Growing up and everything. Of course, my parents and everything. So,
Right.
you know, raised into it. My mom wasn't real into it, so asking her questions is kind of what got me sidetracked. When I would ask her, she was like, "I don't know. You better ask the pastor or somebody." And I was like,
Hmm.
"Okay." And uh, a few different pastors have a few different opinions, and you just have to go find out for yourself.
How were they about you asking questions? Did they feel you were being confrontational, or how did they treat you?
Well,
Or
they were youth pastors, and they some of them would ask the questions and then try to answer the questions, and some of them would tell me I wasn't supposed to ask those kind of questions. You're not supposed to question God that way. I was like, what? What do you mean I'm not supposed to question God? I'm not questioning God. I'm asking you for clarification. I didn't say anything about God. I'm not questioning God. I need clarification on this here because it doesn't make any sense. Is Adam and Eve real? If so, why don't it say dinosaurs in the Bible? I don't get it. But I'm not supposed to ask those questions. He couldn't explain it, so I'm not supposed to ask those questions. And of course, I had a problem with that. So,
yeah, I never got the whole. People say, well, you shouldn't question God, and you're trying to judge God, and almost like I was being blasphemous. I'm like, if God is that big, don't worry. I'm sure He can handle it. I'm sure He's heard it all before.
right.
I don't think
If,
I'm not gonna knock Him off His throne and surprise Him.
well, it's like my wife, her family, they're Mormon. So when the Mormon missionaries came over and they asked me to look at Mormonism, I told them, sure, yeah, I'll look at it. I'm very critical of religion. So, I mean, are you sure you want me? Oh, yeah, yeah. And so I looked at it and then I came back to them with many questions. And at one point, they just told me, look, we don't make you join the religion. If you want to join, you can join, but we're not here to convince anybody. I was like, then why'd you even bring it up? You told me I can look into it, and now I have questions. You can't answer these questions, and now you just tell me just don't worry about it.
Mhm. Hmm.
If I ask you questions, you send me, go get information about your religion, and I do. I don't just within the church. I also look outside the church, what's being said. You know, if there's problems and inconsistencies in what you're saying, I have to ask you. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. But telling me we don't have to give you the answer, we only want people who want to join. Well, I might want to join if you explain, why this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, right.
If I can remember the specific thing, it was Joseph Smith. One day there was a traveling salesman with a mummy, and it had some scrolls with it, and he supposedly translated them. And he said when he found these scrolls, they were supposed to be the Book of Abraham. That those scrolls were written by Abraham, and he translated them. And they actually still use the translation today in one of their books that they use to teach with. I think it's the Pearl of Great Price, and
Oh,
it's
sounds
still
right.
it's still in there, the Book of Abraham. And later, at the time when the scrolls were going through the upper state New York, there wasn't really anybody in the states who really was a Egyptologist or anything like that. That nobody really spoke Egyptian or anything that was on the scrolls. Well, years later, some historians came through and heard about Joseph Smith translating the scrolls, so they wanted to see the scrolls. And when they looked at the scrolls, they said that these aren't, have anything to do with the Book of Abraham. These are Egyptian burial scrolls. You usually find them with mummies. They don't have anything to do with Abraham. And then he said, "Oh no, no, those scrolls they're speak of Abraham." And it was like, "No, these are Egyptian burial scrolls." And apparently
Mhm.
the scrolls eventually disappeared. But I was like, and you know, and I said they tested Joseph Smith, and he couldn't read ancient Egyptian. You know, they had him translate some Egyptian once, and what he wrote down was complete gibberish. It had nothing to do with what the Egyptian said. So he couldn't read ancient Egyptian. So how could he possibly have translated the scrolls? And yeah, they couldn't answer that. And I'm like, but you still use the Book of Abraham in your teachings today, even though it came from scrolls that were obviously mistranslated.
So now these Egyptian, what was it, like Egyptian obituaries?
Well, they said it was just burial scrolls with like prayers and stuff to the Egyptian god to aid them into the afterlife. They said it's commonly found with you know, mummies and things.
But now I'm imagining if it was scrolls of the Book of Abraham, wouldn't these things be written in Hebrew?
Once again, you know,
Yeah.
I didn't get to that point. They didn't. They just said, you know, oh, he translated it and it was the Book of Abraham. I believe it. I'm like, why would you believe someone who can't read ancient Egyptian read ancient Egyptian?
Yeah. I haven't tell you the truth, I haven't studied their religion. I only know the bits and pieces about the tablets and something. One of the doctrines is like everybody, the believers are supposed to become like gods and
Yeah,
own their own planets. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I looked into it for a while, the history of it all, and yeah, it was just.
You guys?
Hey, don't. Hey, Nephilim Free and John's here, Norse. What's going on?
How things going?
Doing good. Just shooting the breeze. Just shooting the breeze, you know? Hanging out.
Okay. Talking about anything in particular?
We were just talking about the Mormons.
Mormons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know much about the Mormons. I was telling Gary here, you know, and he's telling me a little bit about his background and his dealings with him, you know. I've had run-ins with Jehovah's Witnesses, Gary. I mean, it's funny. They have their base like in Brooklyn, where I'm from.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, where a lot of them are, and I never had them come to my door when I was in Brooklyn. I moved out of state. I moved out of state in the middle of the country, and I've had them knock on my door 3 or 4 times at least within a year.
Right. Well, you know, I think it was 3 religions started up right around the same time as Jehovah's Witnesses. It's Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, and is it Christian Science? I can't remember the lady who started that.
I don't know. I know the Scientologists were, you know, big in New York for a while in the 80s.
Yeah.
They were pushing the Dianetics books all over the place.
Wow.
Yeah. L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah. You know, I don't know much about cults really, but I did something interesting once. There was I found a website where you could quote unquote talk to a Mormon, and you could do it live in a chat, a Java chat. From their website, and I guess the idea was talk to us and learn why Mormonism is the truth and why you should be a Mormon, you know. So I logged in, you know, and some Mormon guy got on there, and I started asking him questions about the things they believe, and I said, well, why do you believe that when the Bible says this? And I post a passage, and he'd be like, what? The Bible says that? And I was like, yeah. So why do you believe what you say? Because the Bible says, you know, that's a lie. It says something completely different.
What did they tell you? The Bible was mistranslated? That's usually what they say.
Yeah, no, he didn't say anything like that. What he did was he would say, well, you know, I didn't know that. Well, I'll have to look into that. He was stumped. He said, I don't know. I'll have to look into that. See about that. And I did this over and over with him, about 5 or 6 things that were really core about Christianity, and I just had this guy. I'm sure his stomach was in knots, and I just wanted. And I told him just before I left. I said, "Look, I want to tell you something that's going to offend you, but it's the truth. You're in a cult. You need to get out of it. It's not Christian. There's nothing about Christianity in what you believe. You need to find the truth. Christ is the truth, and the things that your church teaches you are a lie." If you want to find God, if you want to know Jesus Christ, you're not going to do it through the Mormon Church. You need to get out of that cult and then close the app. As I didn't even want to hear his response to that. But my hope was, in doing that whole thing, was that this guy would start questioning, well, if the Bible says this and I'm being taught something else, because I get the impression that a lot of people who are Mormons actually think that the Bible is true, but they think theirs is also true. It's a new gospel, and so I wanted to show him the conflict between what the Bible says and what his Book of Mormon says and what he believes, to try to open this guy's eyes maybe, and maybe make him rethink. I don't know if it worked or not, but I can only hope.
Yeah. Well, Gary said he'd be right back, but he has some family members who are Mormons, and but some people were. He said, when I hear, not trying to convert you or anything, but if you, because Gary's telling me, I want to research what it is. And he came back with a couple questions, and same kind of thing. They couldn't answer them, or they would just sidestep them,
Yeah.
John, you over there? You got your microphone.
Yeah, hey, what's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Just hanging out, chilling.
Thanks for dropping by and saying hi.
Yeah, no problem, man.
What's new?
Nothing. Just wish I had a steak and potatoes. I'm sorry. What was he making? Macaroni?
Steak and damn, what was it? Not macaroni. Did he say macaroni? Damn, I forgot. Because first thing I was asking me was the potatoes, because I kind of figure steak and potatoes go.
Yeah, I need my steak well done though, not red though. I can't do that. Yeah. I don't know how do you do that, John? You eat a red steak like that?
No, I don't. My mother does. Yeah, that's what I was telling Gary. My mother likes it red. I try to avoid steak at all costs, anything like that,
Yeah, that red meat will clog up your everything.
Yeah. I try not to eat pork or beef. Rarely will I eat something with beef in it, but it's got to be pretty low in cholesterol. Typically, I shy from beef. I eat chicken and fish and sometimes shrimp.
Yeah, I mean, I like my egg. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, nothing like the smell of a barbecue burger, and I'll have that once in a while, especially when the summer comes. But in general, I try to avoid all meat. And like I was telling Gary, the steak especially sits in your system very long time. It takes a long time to digest and stuff. And yeah.
Yeah, the warmer weather's coming around. I can't wait for crabs. When they're in season.
I haven't had a good crab in a long time.
Yeah.
Used to like those. What are they? The big ones. Is that the Alaskan crabs?
Oh, king crab.
Is that what they? Okay.
Yeah.
King crab. Wow, you just brought back a memory. I don't know. This is before your time. I don't know. Neff sounds a little older.
I'm 52.
Okay, so you remember the CB days then, right?
Oh yeah, man. 70s. I was a teenager. CBs were popular.
Yes. And I remember my handle. One of my handles was King Crab.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you brought back a memory, John. But my father got me. Well, my father's friend. They used to go to like a CB meet. It was every Tuesday. They go to this restaurant. It's called Big Daddy's. It was like a burger joint. Like you imagine the 50s, that kind of building. The cars pull up and everything. But now this is late 70s, 79 around there. So maybe a little bit earlier. And they have the meet there every Tuesdays. All the CB guys who would talk on the radio meet each other in person, face to face. And they'd be selling equipment, antennas and stuff. Oh, forget about it. Antennas were all over the place back then. Cars, man, they would have these long antennas. You see them driving. Oh, you had a CB, Houses, forget about it. Oh. Yeah, that was the internet of the 70s, Don.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. And then you had people who, and still are, but it's a rare breed now, who are into ham radio or, shortwave. And, yeah. But those, you know what? If the internet went down for some reason, if the shit hit the fan, I guess a CB or a ham radio would be the thing to have.
Yeah. I guess there's still radio hams out there. Quite a few of them, probably people that sit around at night, and just entertain themselves. They talk to people from all over the world uh, with their ham radios.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hobby for some people. They'll plunk out big bucks to buy the most expensive radio gadgetry they can get their hands on.
Yeah.
Whereas people like you and me are using PCs and doing stuff on the internet. They're sitting back in a computer at their desk talking to people from other countries over a radio.
Yeah, that was exactly it. My parents' friend. This guy Charlie, he had he had the CB and he had the ham radio setup, which was always cool. So me being like 11, 12 years old, I'm like amazed by this. They're talking all this code and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. But from what I'm hearing, because then you needed like a special license. You had to dress yourself, make sure you had your hand, their handle was like a row of numbers or something, and you had to make sure you said that pretty often. But my understanding now, I guess because of the internet now, the ham radios has gotten a lot more lax now. It's more like walkie-talkies. Hey Tybo, what's up, man? Thanks for dropping by. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay, just hanging out, shooting the breeze.
I was in a debate the other day with some atheists in a Pal Talk chat room. I've done a lot of debating there, and I don't know if you guys know who he is. I don't really never very familiar with him, but there's this Christian apologist named Matt Slick who has a website called Carm.
Yes, I've seen it.
He comes in there once in a blue moon, and he was when I joined this particular chat room, he was already in there. And I noticed every time I come in there, I've seen this happen with him about 3 times. He comes in there and starts to debate, and I actually corrected him on a Christian doctrine, and I did it right in front of everybody in the room, and I'm not ashamed of doing it because it was a dastardly one. And ever since then, every time I've seen him come in that chat room, when I come in, he stays on the mic just long enough to answer questions or whatnot that somebody's posed to him, and then he leaves. I think because he's afraid that I'm going to correct him again in front of everybody. I think it's unfortunate that there are a lot of Christian apologists that are not willing to change what they believe based on what Scripture says just because they're brought up in a church and taught something else.
Yeah, Matt Slick's biggest thing is tag, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't really know much about the guy.
Yeah, what's that stand for, Gary?
Transcendental argument for God. He has an argument that says God is the basis for the logical absolutes.
Yeah, I think he does discuss that sort of thing a lot. Also, the idea of God being a necessary being. Nothing would exist without God. There could be no such thing as intellect without God. I think those are correct ideas. So,
you guys have a problem with that?
Have a problem with what? Well,
logic coming or intellect coming from God?
Well, the absolutes couldn't come from God.
Why not?
Well, because they're absolute.
Well,
the nature of the absolutes is they're not dependent upon anything for their validity. So if they came from God, they would be dependent upon God for their validity.
Yeah, well, God is the exception to that, though, and you can do the same thing with evolution theory and the fact that the DNA molecule possesses information in algorithmic processes. This is empirical evidence that everything that lives on this planet was designed by a mind. And so we can prove that mind is the basis, the beginning, and origin for all living things. We can turn this argument around and say also the same thing about what you're saying, because an absolute doesn't. How could an absolute exist in its own right if it's not based on something? It's based on a moral law. See?
No, it's not. No, the absolute standard. That's what I was just saying. The criteria for things to be absolute is they have to be able to stand on their own.
Well, let me.
They can't be dependent upon anything for their validity.
They can't be dependent. Well, that's almost let me explain to you. There's a minor error built into what you're saying, and that is that they can't be dependent on any material thing.
No, anything. Period.
World.
No, anything. Period.
Okay.
I don't know where you get material thing. Material.
Anything that comes from. See, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Is that God is the exception to that.
No.
See, yes. Let me explain why.
Hold on.
Let me explain why. It's why, because moral absolutes are based on the character of God. They wouldn't even exist if God's character did not exist.
Well, morals aren't absolute. Morals are not absolute.
Well, there are such things as moral absolutes.
No.
Not all morality is relative.
Well,
some morality can be considered relative, and I would not disagree with that.
Well, relative morals, but not absolute morals.
There are such things as moral absolutes, and it's written in your own heart. God made sure that you have them, and that's why you believe murder is wrong, and so does everybody else on the planet. And anybody that doesn't, we would consider a psychopath.
Do you know the criteria for an absolute?
I just gave it to you. It's the character of God.
There's five characteristics for an absolute.
Man can philosophize all the way he wants to, but the existence of a moral absolute is that it is something given to man based on the character of God. That is why it's absolute, because God is the only eternal being, the only thing that is eternal, that has all knowledge, all power, and from which could come an absolute.
Well, he couldn't have all knowledge.
Let me explain to you this.
But there's an error in your logic. The problem is you're saying that God is the criteria for absolutes, and he is not. God is not an absolute. He does not fit the criteria. That's what I'm telling you. There are five criteria for absolutes, and God does not fit all five. Only 3 of them he fits.
Well, let me give you a reason for we can know what you're saying is not right. Because if materialism were true and God did not exist, and everything that is just a product of naturalistic causes according to the laws of physics, there could be no such thing as anybody. You would not be sitting here talking. You could not use the words I, us, we, them, they, theirs, ours, yours, his, hers. Because that requires, wait, let me finish. That requires self-identification. Matter has no potential for that. It's nonsense to apply mental properties to matter. So if you say, in fact, are you
not absolute?
Gary, are you an atheist?
No, I am a deist. The laws of physics are not also not absolute. This is the thing. There are absolutes.
There could be no such thing as an absolute if God didn't exist, because the naturalistic. No, wait, let me finish.
No, the absolute.
Naturalistic, materialistic causes. That means everything but God, because God created it all. God's creation, in other words, has no potential to produce a moral absolute.
It's
materialism, no, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Let me explain. If materialism were true, there would be no such thing as even the concept of an absolute.
You're incorrect.
This proves that the very existence of the concept of something being moral absolute proves that the material causes all of God's creation. Wait, let me finish the sentence. All of God's creation has no potential to produce an absolute.
Okay, are you saying?
The fact that they exist is evidence, empirical evidence.
They do not exist.
Of an internal creator.
They do not exist, Nephin, in the way you're thinking. Absolutes are truths. They're never false. That's the thing. I'm not sure you're understanding about the absolutes. They apply not to just everything. They apply to nothing as well. The lack of existence. I don't know if you understand that. That's what I was trying to get.
If you think what you're saying is true, can you tell me how the creation itself is capable of creating morality?
What you mean creating morality?
Morality, the existence of morality, the concept of it, how could it exist in a materialistic world?
Morality is a social construct.
No.
Well, yes. If there's no society, is there morals?
That's his argument. No.
Well, let me explain to you why that's relational.
I'm just answering the question. If there is no society.
Well, I asked you a question.
No, that's what I'm asking you. If there is no society, are there morals?
Okay. That is a loaded question.
No, it's not. It's a very simple question.
God created morals because he knew he intended to create society.
It's a yes or no question. If there are no societies, are there morals?
Yes, because God's character does not disappear if He does not create.
But what would morals be for if there's no society?
Uh, well, there wouldn't be any for us because we wouldn't exist.
There wouldn't be any moral.
Yeah, God's character is moral absolutes.
Wait a minute. God is moral to himself?
God is perfect. In perfection, morally, He's morally perfect. He's intellectually perfect.
But he's moral to himself?
Well,
He's not moral to... He would have to be moral to others, right?
No, morality is a reflection of a comparison between God's character and all else.
But it has no meaning.
All other motivations.
It has no meaning if there's no society. But
Okay,
we're getting off. We're getting off. Hold on, but we're getting off topic.
Okay.
Because what you're claiming is basically you're claiming is that God is an absolute. You can't say God.
No, I said God from God come absolutes.
No, then it's not a reflection of His character. Then it's not an absolute. That's why I was
not understanding. I'm trying to.
I know you're not understanding.
There's morality. Moral absolutes. Look, we can't look.
Now, hold on now.
Okay, I'll come back when you're not here so I can have a conversation with somebody because you won't let somebody talk.
Okay, goodbye.
It's not all about you. Okay,
I'll
you
see
don't
you
own
later.
the place. All right.
I wanted to.
You had your time, and now I would like to put mine.
No, you've said about 17 different.
No, I'm trying to get this
and
out.
I haven't been able to respond to any of them, sir.
Hold on a second. Let me get
it's
this
not
out.
all about you making endless claims with nobody to respond.
I'm not making endless claims. Can you let me get this out?
Well, this will be about the 17th thing you've gotten out with nobody being able to respond, Gary.
You talked, I don't know how long now. I'm just trying to give you the criteria for absolutes, and then
you've already done that 17 times.
I haven't. I haven't even said one.
Here, one moment, guys. One moment. I do want, Gary, if you can clarify the one thing with the 5 logical absolutes. I definitely want to hear that. Forgive my ignorance. I would like to hear.
Wait a
minute. I wanted to make a point. You're saying I wanted to point out you alluded that morality is a social thing, and it's society that produces morality, right? I'm going to prove to you that's wrong. You ready? Now
I'm excited.
Here's how it works. Okay, morality cannot explain the existence of society cannot explain the existence of all morality. Okay, and let me explain to you. This is how it works. If you say that all morality is determined, created, generated by society, then what you have to understand is this: if you say it is morally wrong to torture a gerbil with a sewing machine needle. Now, if you say that idea, that is moral, is based on social construct, it is the opinion of society that determines what is morally correct or incorrect, and that's what you believe, then I'm going to show you that's false. Because if 2 people come along and see you doing this, and they say, hey, that's morally wrong, then they are the majority, and you're according to your own ideas, you're morally incorrect, and they're morally correct. You have to agree with that. Now, if 3 people come along and say, wait a minute, it's morally acceptable to torture a gerbil with a sewing machine needle. We are 3 against 2. We win. We're in the right because we determine what's morally correct because we are the consensus opinion in this society. But wait, we're not done. 4 people come along and say, no. No, it is morally incorrect to torture us. You see my point? If what you believe to be true were true, there could be no such thing as morality. Society does not determine the existence of morality.
Okay, so
society can bend morality, but
so Neff, you're saying that
where morality comes from. Okay.
So pretty much, Neff, you're saying that if morality comes from society, then it's majority rules. Pretty much.
That is what those who argue that God is not the the origin of moral absolutes, or that there are no moral absolutes. Okay. That is what these people believe.
Well, I would contend that as a theist, as yourself a theist, and Gary a theist, and myself more of a theist, I mean, in the end, if we believe in some kind of creator God, I think ultimately everything does come from God. But Gary, if you want to respond?
Okay. Once again, I'll try to do this again. He keeps calling them absolutes, and he doesn't understand what absolute is. As I said, there are 5 criteria.
No, I think that you don't think I understand.
Okay, can you stop stepping on him, Nephilim, because I'd like to hear what he wants to say.
Once
Right.
again, there are 5 criteria for an absolute. Five criteria that they have to fill to be considered an absolute.
According to whom?
According to the absolutes, the ones that we know that are absolutes, such as numbers and the logical absolutes.
I would need you to demonstrate that to me, that moral absolutes have these particular criteria first.
Okay, I'll show. If I could tell them to you real fast.
Okay.
First, they can't change. They have to be the same all the time.
Okay, I would agree with that.
They don't change. They're timeless. They're not affected by time at all.
Okay, I would agree with that.
They're universal. They apply to everything.
Okay.
They're transcendent. They transcend all things, including existence itself. And they're not dependent upon anything for their validity. They
I
stand
disagree
alone.
with that one. I disagree with that one.
I understand. But in order for them to be absolute, they must fit those 5 criteria.
I disagree.
God does not fit the transcendent and the
God is transcendent.
He does not transcend all.
God does transcend all. Nothing would exist if God did not exist.
Does
He's the
God
creator of it.
does God transcend existence?
There would be no existence without God.
That's not the question. Does
God is.
God transcend existence?
God is, and nothing is dependent upon that but God.
It's a very simple question. Does God transcend existence?
Okay, your question is a twisted one, and it's a fallacious question.
It's
The truth is, God, all that exists because of God. So what you're trying to say is, there can't be mayonnaise without a mayonnaise jar. I mean, there can't be a mayonnaise jar because there's no mayonnaise without mayonnaise, and that's fallacious. It's the other way around. There can't be a mayonnaise jar. Is a false argument. You can't have sealed mayonnaise without a mayonnaise jar. That's true. You can't say there can't be a mayonnaise jar without mayonnaise.
Let's use the law of non-contradiction. Either something exists or it doesn't exist, correct? So there is existence and non-existence. Does God transcend non-existence? Is God part of non-existence?
Well, of course not.
Then he is not transcended. He does not transcend existence.
He does, because what's wrong with his argument is this:
that you're saying God exists.
You're looking at it from
at the same time.
You're looking at it from a human point of view, and not one from God's perspective.
I am looking at it from.
But now, back to my argument. If what I'm trying to point out is this: God is the author of moral absolutes, and they would not exist without God. Then there are moral absolutes. But here's the thing. They are, because I just demonstrated to you. See, you said society is what consensus opinion in society is what you believe determines morality. And I showed you an example whereby that disproves that, because, now let me finish. But because if that idea were true, if the consensus opinion of a society, of a people in a culture or a civilization determines what is morally correct or incorrect, the example I gave you proves that it does not answer for the existence of morality. Because if 2 people can say a thing is wrong, 3 people say it's right. 4 people say it's wrong. 5 people say it's right. 6 people say it's wrong. 7 people say it's right. And if we follow that scenario out into infinitum, there is no way to determine. It is not possible for you to say that this is or is not morally correct.
Well, that's generally how it's decided.
There is no such thing as morally correct or incorrect, you see.
And then if I want to stop doing
according to what you believe,
hold on. But according to you, it comes down to one person, God. And if God says it's not morally correct, then it's not morally correct. And if he says it is morally correct, then it is morally correct. Correct?
That's absolutely right.
So if God says murder is morally correct, then murder is morally correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, somebody. But you see, the example I showed you, if you believe the consensus opinion of society is what determines morality thing, I showed you an example whereby that falls. That fails because
you're asking me if
because it requires. Wait, you're interrupting me again.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it requires. Because it can never get to the basis of whether or not a thing is or is not morally correct. See,
right?
It does not answer for the existence of things in our minds and our hearts being considered morally correct or incorrect. It cannot answer that question.
You are saying morals are subjective, and I agree with you. They are subjective either to
God.
No,
that's not what I'm saying. Do you not understand what I said? Do I need to
Yes.
explain it again?
You're saying it's subjective to the society what is and what isn't moral.
That's not what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is, if your idea that all morality is subjective were true, it would not be possible to say this is or is not morally correct. That could not even happen.
Nephilim is
it would always be fallacious to attempt to do so. Do you not understand? Do you not see that?
I understand what you're saying, and that's what I just pointed out to you, that even if you apply it to God, it is still subjective to God.
Okay, so let me. Sometimes the best way to help somebody see something that they're desperately trying not to see is to ask questions. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
The irony here is amazing.
I'm going to pretend to be a guy who says that it's morally okay to torture a gerbil with a sewing machine needle. Do you believe it's wrong?
We're back to the gerbil. We're back to the gerbil, guys.
I believe I would say you were wrong, and
how do you know that I'm wrong?
I have a question.
Based on our moral standards in our society.
Well, whose moral standards?
Our society's moral standards.
Okay, I live in a society where everybody thinks it's morally correct to torture a gerbil.
Then according to our wherever society you're part of, my society says that your society is wrong.
Right, but see, my society outnumbers your society by one person.
I don't care. Our society still says you're wrong.
You don't care. See, what you just proved to me is you don't care about logic or the truth.
No, I don't care about
what you want to believe.
Society says.
We're done. We're done. See? Thank you.
I said I don't care what your. Once again, it's part of
We're
our
done.
society.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. We're done.
Hey, Nephilim. Is he still there? I have a question.
Smoke a cigarette because he doesn't understand the absolutes. That's fine. He can call them moral absolutes all he wants to, but they do not fit the criteria of absolutes. He even demonstrated that God himself can't be absolute, and then he changed the subject. He went on to morals because that's something he doesn't want to touch. And I can understand he doesn't want to touch it.
But let me ask you, Gary. I mean, as a deist, I mean, don't you see? I mean, in the end, doesn't everything do come from God?
No, everything, me as a deist, personally, I don't believe everything does come from, just like I say, the absolutes are true whether there's a God or not. The way he set it up, they're not absolute because what would end up happening is if there was no God, then the absolutes wouldn't be true, but they're true always.
Well, I'm a little confused, I guess. All right, so are you more of the classical deist, just pretty much that, you know, God created it, and you guys, you make your choices, and whatever you want to do is what you want to do, that kind of deal? I mean, you know.
Well, I do say we don't have any contact with him, so that leaves a lot of things up for interpretation. Interpretation, because I can't tell you I don't have contact with God and then tell you all about him. I can't do that.
Yeah.
But I can still observe what I see in the universe, and I know that the absolutes are true always, and that they don't require anything for them to be true.
What is an example of an absolute that you prescribe to?
Well, it'd be the numbers, obviously. they're the easiest absolutes, and then the logical absolutes, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle.
Excluded middle. Explain that one to me, please.
The absolutes are real easy. There's a law of identity that says something is what it is and it's not what it's not. You know, basically we're in a Google Hangout. We're not in a canyon, you know.
Okay.
The second law is non-contradiction. Something can't be true or false at the same time. And the law of excluded middle says that there is no middle between true and false. Basically, there's no in the middle between there. It's either true or it's false. There is no middle ground between those two. And those are true always. I mean, there's no example you can give where those laws don't apply.
Now, what is the usefulness in knowing these absolutes or believing these absolutes?
In order for anything to be true, they have to follow those absolutes.
Okay, so in what way is this useful to your life? I mean, knowing that certain things are absolutes.
Well, if you apply any claim and you apply the logical absolutes to them, they will tell you the truthfulness of them.
Okay, so I mean, is this kind of like a measuring stick of which you use to?
Well, all logic is based in the absolutes.
Okay.
I don't think you could have rational discourse without them.
Okay. Well, what if what's considered logical is subjective?
No, it's based on the absolutes.
Okay, but so you used evidence of absolutes, the fact that logic exists, right?
Logic is based on the absolutes.
Okay. So
Let me ask Gary a question. Gary, you keep saying that your society says that it's morally correct to do a thing, and my society says that it's morally incorrect. Okay, so now you're saying that within your society,
you don't even
it's
need
morally
to
correct,
come up
right?
with a fictional story.
Right. And,
There's plenty of
and
time for
my
that.
society says that it's morally incorrect. Okay, so you're saying that within your society it's morally correct, and that's what makes it morally correct for your society. Then are you not also admitting then that if that be true, then you would have to agree that our society has every right to say that it's morally incorrect to do that thing, because our society's consensus opinion is that it's morally incorrect. Correct, right? Our truth is every bit as valid as your truth, isn't that correct? Don't you see what you're saying? Do you see where you fall into a hole?
Are you asking me if I was part of your society that I would have to?
No. Let me make it. I'll dumb it down. If you say that doing a thing is morally correct within your society because the people agree, right? Isn't that correct?
Well,
Right.
I agree
Okay.
with my society.
Right. Okay. Right. So your society agrees. Now, and I live in. What if I live in a society which disagrees completely with your idea, and we all say that it's morally incorrect to do that thing?
Okay.
All right. All right. Now, do you not see that if you hold to the idea that consensus opinion is what determines all morality, then you have to acknowledge that our opinion is also true within our society.
Neff, all I can tell you is,
right?
yeah, welcome to the human race.
Right.
I mean, I disagree with what some Mormons do,
So
but
let me
that's part
explain
of their society. I don't go to their society and tell them that I
So-
think that what you're doing is wrong. I can, but that's their society.
So
I'm not part of their society.
So the point I'm making is, you see, is this idea is self-refuting, because it must acknowledge that the opinion of the other society is every bit as valid as the opinion of the other, as yours. Do you see? And if that be true, you've contradicted yourself, and you cannot ever say, you can never say that our society is right and your society is wrong. Therefore, what you say about your society cannot be said to be right, and you cannot say that what's about my society cannot be wrong.
Nephilim, is owning human beings as property morally right?
And that's, just to sum up, that is where this idea falls, because it is self-refuting and can never get to the crux of whether a thing is or is not.
Can you answer my
Morally
question?
correct. Yes, sir, I will.
He's not even hearing you. So.
And the point is, then under such a construct as that, all things must be considered morally correct and incorrect at the same time, and that's
You're
places.
incorrect.
Now, sir, now would you third proverb? Would you ask me your question again, please?
My question was, to own humans as property, personal property, is that morally right?
If it's, I think that's almost a loaded question. To own them as property for the purpose
logic.
For the purpose of property alone, and not without legal jurisdiction or judgment against them or something, just for owning a person, I would say that is incorrect. Yes.
Okay.
Now, are you going to say that the Bible says that you should be able to do that?
Neff, do you have some kind of context where owning people as property is right?
I do not say owning a person is right. No.
Under any circumstances?
Can't think of any.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, because I mean, from parts from I am reading in the Bible where it talks about purchasing slaves.
Yeah, I knew you would do that.
I know you do that. I know, but I'm just saying.
There's a difference
let me
between
explain
bond
what
servitude
you
and slavery.
What's it, Judges or Joshua 21? What is it?
Right. Well, there's a lot of statements in the Bible about slavery, but what you have to understand is, what was Hebrew slavery? It was not the Roman style of slavery. In fact, the Bible says to own a man, to capture a man, to steal a man. That is, you get on your horse and ride to a village and you grab a guy and say, "You're my slave," and you take him. Or if you even are found with such a person who has been stolen by you or somebody else, is even found in your possession, that is a capital crime worthy of death. That is what the Bible says about stealing a man and making him a slave. God's word takes a harder stance against quote unquote slavery than you do. Because God says, if you're even found with such a person in your possession, you go to the gallows. You're dead. God would not permit the Hebrew people to do that, and they did not. Now, what Hebrew slavery was not owning a man for profit. It was not having a man as a possession so that you can personally own this man. Hebrews, which were slaves, and within Hebrew society, slavery was not the Roman or Hindu or Assyrian or Egyptian type of slavery. It was that a person has been ordered by the court to work for a person, to become his leased property, not owned by him, but leased to him, to work for him for a period of 6 years to repay a debt or for a crime. Usually it's for a debt. At the end of 6 years, he, and if he has a family also, was released, and they were considered the debt paid, and their record expunged. Okay, so it is not the kind of slavery that people make it out to be. It is
well,
not.
Let me read Exodus chapter 21. I'm sure you're very familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years.
Right.
But in the seventh year, he shall go free without paying anything. If he comes alone, he's to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she's to go with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children should belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. Now, from what I'm gathering just this couple of verses, is now this guy owns the women and the children.
The man in Hebrew society, the man is the father, the head of the household. The wife is the head of the home, and Christ is God is the head of the man. So it's a hierarchy. God is the leader of the king over the man. The man is the leader or king over his wife. So if a man is married, he becomes a slave. His whole family takes on part of it because they're now. Consider this? Let's say a man has 5 children and a wife, and she doesn't even work for a living, but this guy does. Now he gets convicted of a crime. He's been embezzling from somebody. Now the court says, we caught you. You're going to have to work for this man for 6 years to repay your debt. What's going to happen to his wife and children if he's taken away from them and forced to work for 6 years to repay the debt? They're going to starve to death? No. The law is more just than that. It's more conscientious. No. They come along with him and are fed by the slave owner, given housing and clothing by the slave owner. They're not allowed to simply run the streets begging for food and starve to death. This is a more just, more humane method than simply impoverishing.
Verse 7 says here.
Actually, I know the verse you're talking about, John. The way it works is, if the master gives him a wife, the slave master already owns the woman. He gave the man a wife, but if the man comes with his own wife, both of them leave at the end of the 7 years. That's the rule for Hebrew slaves. But if he gives him a wife, the wife still belongs to the master. So the man is asked, basically, he can go free, but he can't take his wife and kids with him unless he declares that he wants to stay with his master, that he loves his master, and then they put the thing through his ear, take him to the town hall and put the thing through his ear and everything else, and then they become his property forever.
Sounds like owning property to me.
Right. No, and not only that, but their kids are also owned forever to the slave master. There's no more. That's the loophole where that you can own Hebrew slaves forever.
Now, see, what you're not understanding is, you read that verse carefully and understand under the context of what Hebrew slavery is, and it's not owning a person for profit. It is the person gives up all that they own, and if a person has a wife he forfeits that as well. The man may give his wife back.
Now you better.
You have to understand how critical and forceful Hebrew
Point
law
me to some
was.
verses, please. Can you point me to some verses?
You just read it. You just read it.
It says if he comes with the wife, not if he's given a wife.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go to the actual Hebrew, okay? Because I mean, if we study the words in Hebrew, you'll get a much better understanding of it than in English. But the point I'm making is that Hebrew slavery is not the kind of slavery that atheists and other people try to make it out to be. It was in court indentured to repay for a crime or to repay a debt. That's not the same as owning a person surely for profit. In fact, I want to point you to one.
Wait, but it's for a debt. It's to repay a debt. When the debt is paid, the slaves go free, right?
Okay, so wait a second.
They should.
Right. So I mean, it's not like he's repaying the debt. They're
Because
saying
he is repaying a debt. That was what Hebrew slavery was.
Because verse 7 says, "And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do." So like you were saying, Gary.
Wait, she's a servant or a wife? Servant?
No, if you sell your daughter into slavery, she's a slave forever.
Wait, you're moving the goalposts. First it's servant. Now you're talking about daughter.
Well, I went to the King James version now because because the one I read before was. I figured King James would be a little bit better, a little bit more stricter. I don't know Hebrew, so I'm saying verse 7 in the King James version says, "And if a man sell his daughter to be a maid servant, she shall not go out as the men servants do."
Daughter. Sell. Wait. Okay. Let's look at the passage in just a minute. But first, I want to show you this. Exodus 21:16. "And he that stealeth a man and selleth him." Now, God doesn't contradict himself. He doesn't change his law. And the Bible doesn't contradict this either. "He that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall be surely put to death." In other words, the kind of slavery that you're attempting to make the Bible out to be is a capital crime.
That is only for Hebrew slaves.
That's right, for the Hebrew people.
Right, but they can go out and conquer the Canaanites and take all of them as slaves.
Okay.
Yeah. What about that?
Okay, what about that? Well, this is what I say. What about that is that there's not the same kind of slavery as found in Rome, except conquest. Okay, conquest is a little different. You have to understand context as well to understand here. You can't just say the Hebrew. This is the biggest mistake that atheists make because they refuse to either understand this or they ignore it when it's explained to them. We have to understand the context of what was going on with the Hebrew people and the nations that surrounded them at the time. These people were the only people on the planet that still worshiped the one true God. There was no other culture on the planet, the face of the earth, that worshiped the one true God. They all followed false gods, gods that did not exist. They worshipped ancestors of mankind, such as Enoch and Methuselah or Noah, and they've deified them, and that's where you can find
religions around.
And that's okay. So they also deified angels that God threw out of heaven. They came up with all kinds of false gods, right? So the Hebrews were the only people on this planet that still worshiped the one true God. Had the Hebrew people been assimilated into the cultures of the Canaanites, Philistines, Hittites, and Egyptians, and Greeks, then there would be no people on this earth anymore that worship the one true God, and God's plan for creation and salvation for mankind would have been a complete failure. Now, God does not fail, so He would not let that happen. And the way to do that is to make sure the Hebrew people do not get assimilated religiously and culturally by the cultures that surrounded them. And one way to do that is to make sure that they succeed in what they do, and they did succeed, and that even means in war.
How come that's not going on now? How come that's not going on now? I mean, we have compared to population-wise.
On top of that, the Hebrew Scriptures, the inspired Word of God, would have been burned up by the assimilating culture.
My question is, I think obviously many Jews even now have been assimilated into the culture. You have a very small amount of Hebrews. Even Christians are a smaller population than of the whole world. So my question is this then. So you're saying that it was morally right for the Hebrews to conquer the Canaanites and take them as slaves then, but it wouldn't be now?
That is correct, because God's word has been preserved.
It's not absolute.
Jesus Christ has come.
It's not absolute.
Nope.
Okay. What is not absolute? Owning a slave?
Morals.
Okay.
No.
Now here, no.
It was right then.
What is the purpose of doing so? You're taking. See, there's a huge context here that you're failing to recognize, and that is the preservation of the Hebrew people,
But if it's
knowledge of
morally
God,
absolute, it doesn't matter
knowledge
the
of God in the
context.
world.
It doesn't matter the
No,
context. If it's
it
morally
does
absolute.
because
No?
it does because it's based on God's certainty and assurance that knowledge of Him would and the option
All right.
for salvation through Christ will come and will not be deterred no matter what. All right. So if conquest of the peoples that surround them and subjugation of them was acceptable because it was the only means by which God could use the Hebrew people. It was the means by which one of the means by which God used the Hebrew people to prevent the Hebrew people from being dissipated, assimilated, and washed out of history by the cultures that surrounded them, preventing Jesus Christ from being born into the world through the lineage of David, traceable all the way back to Adam, and God's inspired written word from being destroyed, and knowledge of man of God. You couldn't have a Bible and send it to somebody in Indonesia and bring them to Jesus Christ.
God couldn't preserve his
I didn't say he
without
couldn't. This is how he
slavery.
did.
He
I'm not
couldn't.
saying I didn't say he couldn't. I said this
Okay.
is what God did do. This is one of the things God
Well,
did do was to make the Hebrew people successful in war against all of their enemies.
Couldn't God say that thou shalt not own a slave ever? Shall not own property ever?
Well, why should he have to tell us something that does not? Again, you're ignoring the massive amount of context. Remember what Exodus 21 says. Remember, if you steal a man, this is you, not your society, for the purpose of serving God and preserving the
If
lineage
it's only
of
for
Jesus
the
Christ.
Hebrews, that is your society.
If it's for the purpose of bringing salvation into the world for mankind so that you have a chance, instead of burning in the lake of fire, you have a chance for God's eternal gift of eternal paradise, which I'm sure you would value greatly if you
Not
believed
for
it existed.
mankind, it's for the
Okay?
Jews.
Therefore,
It's for the Jewish society.
God was not going to allow this to be destroyed, and nothing was going to prevent God from doing it. And this God allowed the Hebrew people. He supported them in conquest to subjugate those tribes which were up against them and attempted to smash out the Hebrew people for centuries. If you'll take notice of all history, the Hebrew people are the most persecuted people in the world today, and they still are to this very day.
I think that's debatable.
Oh, I don't think so. Hitler is done.
Okay, let's not jump topics. Nephi, you know that many cultures have done the exact same thing that the Bible claims. They all had their God, and they all rationalized their genocides of other tribes as saying, we are the chosen people, and we have the right to kill the other guys in that land because our God says we're the chosen people.
Okay, so we can get to
and also hold on. God is all powerful. He could just wave his hand, make the people disappear and appear in some other part of land that is not occupied, and allow Hebrews to take this land. Because it's more just. You don't have to kill people for that.
And that eliminates all of human history and everything that would come with it, and all of the reason we have.
Speaking of human history, does anybody know anything about the Armenian Holocaust?
Now, if you want to debate whether or not those gods are correct or not, and whether or not my God is correct, we can do that. See, so you're just pitting one culture with one God against another. But I must whose God is correct, God? I'd be happy to discuss that with you. In fact, that's a subject I dearly love. But if you're trying to argue, but what also you're trying to do is ignore the tremendous purpose that God had in preserving the Hebrew people, so that you and I have a chance.
By the way, I'm not ignoring the purpose. I'm saying that there is a better way to do that.
Well, in your opinion, see,
I don't have any other opinion. And if God is real, you should know that I have no other way to judge whether or not he's the real God than to use my opinion.
Well, we can discuss whether or not he's the true God or not. Okay? But let me point this out also. There is no genocide committed by the Hebrew people in the Bible.
Oh, really? What's the definition of genocide?
Well, to slaughter an entire people, to exterminate.
You're claiming that the Hebrews never slaughtered an entire people?
No, in combat, in war, yes, to expunge them out of the land of Canaan.
So it's
God,
okay.
let me finish. There is no words in the Bible.
Well, you never stopped talking, though.
Well, you never let me finish.
You're a motor mouth.
There is no word.
We gotta get a word in edgewise because you never shut the fuck up.
Okay, so there is no statement in the Bible. Well, you're trying to make a claim and then try to run over everything.
Well,
I can't rebut it.
Claim after claim
I can't
after
rebut
claim after claim as well. You're teaching us
Hold on, wait a minute. See,
wonderful
here's how it works. You just claimed that the Bible promotes genocide, and I'm trying to explain to you it's not.
No, I didn't. I asked you.
Okay, somebody did.
I asked you to clarify. You claimed that
I'm just trying to point out something.
Genocide.
There is no such thing as genocide committed by
because it's
people in the
warfare.
Bible.
It's okay to commit genocide.
No, there is no
warfare.
Let me explain to you. It's not genocide. Do you know what genocide is? Genocide is the attempt.
Every man, woman, and child of a given people.
Genocide is the attempt to expunge a human,
regardless of whether you declare some kind of war or not.
Right. So what the Hebrews did was not genocide. There is no statement in the Bible whereby God says, "Kill all Canaanites wherever they be found."
Oh yeah, they left the virgins.
That's an erroneous.
Kill every genocide. The Canaanite people must be exterminated.
Lack of truthfulness to be immoral.
No, you're just not willing to see that what I just said to you is true. If you think it's false, find me a passage in the Bible. Show me where. Find me a passage in the Bible where God says to expunge the earth of every Canaanite. Find me.
No, he said that. What about the Amalekites?
It's not there.
Yeah, the Amalekites is what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah, and it still stands that if you believe in God, you are to kill an Amalekite if you find one.
The Bible does not promote.
There's absolutely no question that
statement.
Show me one. All the Amalekites
committed genocide. There's absolutely no question about it.
Okay, really? Well, show me the passage in the Bible, and we'll see if you're right.
Okay.
Show me the passage in the Bible where God said, "Kill every Canaanite or Hebrew or Canaanite or Philistine or Amalekite or anybody else that exists on the earth." You won't be able to find it.
Maybe Deuteronomy 3 here. Let me see.
That's the thing. It's not genocide. It's warfare.
Oh, it's not genocide. It's warfare.
Right.
No.
Wait, are you saying? Wait, you're saying that warfare equals genocide? They're the same thing?
No, wiping out every single person.
Okay.
Man, woman, and child of a given ethnic group.
Yeah. Right. Are you saying that warfare and genocide are the same thing?
No, but
exactly.
Genocide can happen.
Okay,
genocide,
good. So show me the passage in the Bible where. So
genocide.
Show me the passage in the Bible or shut the F up.
Genocide can happen during warfare and has happened many times.
Now show me that the Hebrews did it and God commanded it.
You seem to lack common sense.
No, you seem to lack the Bible passage, pal.
Neff, did not God order the destruction of all the Amalekites?
Have a good one.
Did he not? Because he did not. You know, this is see. Now look, as soon as you get them in a corner, they run. I don't understand this.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Well, the verse is it's in Samuel 15 verse 3.
Okay. Yeah, Samuel 15. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, this
my thing is, and he's saying the morals were absolute. So how could it be an does the context matter if the morals are absolute? Where's Gary? There he is.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Had too many windows open. Closed the wrong one.
It's all right.
But yeah, what I'm trying to understand is why are people so desperate to have absolutes? I mean, what appeasement are people getting from that? I mean, is it horrible? I mean, is it like terrifying for people to think that there isn't such thing as absolutes? You know, is that disturbing? If there wasn't such thing as absolutes?
Well, yeah, because nothing would make sense.
Okay.
Would it trouble you if killing was allowed? If someone could just arbitrarily come up to you?
Well, killing is allowed. It depends on the situation, doesn't it?
No, without any consequence, say, I'm saying like no justice.
Well, justice is a concept, but I mean, what do you mean by justice? Eye for an eye?
No, I mean like,
You kill somebody, we're going to kill you, because that's not how the world works.
I mean, if we didn't have no absolute that killing was wrong, right? When
Well,
when you have a problem with that,
we don't operate under that absolute, because there are situations in which killing is condoned.
I hear you. I hear. Okay, let's say murder. Not. I'm okay. Now I'm sure there's a difference between the two because one. I mean, I could see in the sense of self.
Well, that's yeah, because we start using different words to describe the killing. That's really just us coming, describing the subjective situation that makes it okay to kill in one situation and not okay to kill in another situation. Say, if I'm in a war and I'm fighting for my country and I've got a uniform and a gun, it's now okay for me to kill somebody who's been designated as a combatant. That would be a situation in which killing would now be condoned by the society that I'm living in. If I was just to get angry at my next door neighbor and go over there and shoot my next door neighbor in cold blood, then that would be considered wrong because we've all decided that that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's all subjective. So my thing is what is this reaching for absolutes? I mean, I'm interested in the way the world actually works. We can't say killing is wrong because we don't operate that way. Killing isn't always wrong.
Well, you're correct. That's what I was trying to tell Neff. There are no moral absolutes. I don't know. There are absolutes, but they're not moral absolutes because that's why you have that's why I was trying to tell him about the 5 criteria. Because the main one is that it's not dependent upon anything for its validity. And that's why I was trying to tell him morals are part of society. If there's no society, then you lose the moral part. You'd be amoral then.
Well, I'm sorry I kind of sabotaged the conversation, but I didn't see the conversation going anywhere as long as Nephilim 3 is allowed to.
Yeah, no, he wasn't going to stop talking.
Run free, so to speak.
Yeah.
I know.
Nobody can rein him in. Nobody can actually have a two-way conversation with him. So
he kept changing the subject. He wanted to get off the subject. I could tell because when I told him, God isn't transcendent. Oh, he transcends. And when I pointed out that he doesn't transcend existence, he just
moved on to the next thing. It's classic.
He didn't want to come back. He didn't want to address it. He transcends existence. I'm like, so you're saying he doesn't exist and he exists at the same time? Obviously, he doesn't.
But you piqued my interest because this absolute thing not really applying to morals kind of makes sense to me because as I look around at the world around me, that certainly seems to be the case. Societies decide for themselves what is morally correct and what is not, and if we have a problem, he was using the consensus argument, well, if a majority of people decide this is wrong, then it's wrong. Well, that's absolutely correct. And if two societies decide to be diametrically opposed, guess what happens? We land a bunch of soldiers on your beach and storm Normandy to get you to stop doing what we decide is morally wrong. And that's the way the world sees it.
If you look at societies now, and you have, they say that I guess we would be the West, and then in the East, and they compare us in that regard because Muslims think the way we let our women walk around is just wrong. They should be all wrapped up, right? They should have their burqas on, and we don't agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's more evidence to suggest that the whole concept of morality is very subjective.
Actually, Tubba, I have to strongly disagree with you. I'm an atheist also, like you, and I think we do have good case for objective morals, secular morals.
Give an example, please.
Okay, well, it's difficult, but it kind of. Do you know Sam Harris in this moral landscape?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I disagree with Sam Harris. Matt Dillahunty does the same thing, but I don't see how you get to objective. All I see is subjective.
Well, no. Well, it's like science. I mean, science is not absolute, but it is objective. It can change. We can, through science, not exactly like science, same principles, but through observations, logic, inference, we can induce that, for example, like Matt Dillahunty gives an example, that drinking battery acid is objectively bad for your health. That is objective. That is undeniable almost. I would say.
Well,
It could
You know
change
what I
over-
have to say about that, Art?
Not really.
I think that's a different. It's different content.
We've had that conversation before. Battery acid is not an issue of morality.
Right.
Well, no.
It's a different context. You're kind of crossing the context. You're naming something that's obviously physically bad for your body, but that's not a moral. Just like you were saying, that's not a moral objection, though.
Okay, it's not in the same sense. Okay,
well,
let's talk about
here's
something
my
else.
assumption. My assumption is that anybody who decides that there is such thing as moral absolutes will ultimately fail in giving an example of a moral absolute.
I agree.
Well,
I don't accept absolutes. Yeah, I'm talking about objectives. Objective, and that is not the same as absolutes.
Yeah.
It's objective because it is independent of us, of our.
I think the problem is, I mean, at least I'm going to leave moral absolutes behind in a minute, but I think the problem is that because they're not absolute, because morality is not absolute and fixed, we think that it doesn't have as much validity, which is an assumption. You know, just because it's subjective does not mean it's somehow lessened somehow. You know, and so a lot of people feel like having objective truth or objective morality or like absolute morality is somehow more powerful and potent. You know, but it's not.
Well, it is. Well, it is. I mean, if it is subjective, then it's really up to your opinion, isn't it?
Well, it just is what it is. I mean, you can imagine that your morality is somehow absolute and tie that up with some kind of deity of some kind.
Well,
I mean,
another question is another question, Art. If it's what's wrong with your opinion of what's right and wrong?
Because it's subjective. It's an opinion.
Well, right. I mean, you draw it from inferences that you have, but your opinion is valuable.
And it's not an opinion. If you draw it from inferences, well, wait, inferences. You mean logic?
Well, you logically do it within your society. Y'all decide what's wrong, what's not wrong, and you're saying it's bad for you to have the opinion what's good and what's not good.
Well, not that it's necessarily bad, but it's not objective. I mean,
that's what we were pointing out, that it wasn't objective, that it's subjective.
Yeah, but there's a problem then. How would you, I mean, objectively prove to someone else that what you do is in fact good?
Well, I guess you would have to show them what the harm would be to let them know why
That's exactly my system. That's the system of what Matthew Hunty suggests, is that it is objective. If you can demonstrate that, then it's already objective because it's independent of us.
You know, and some part of me doesn't think that the topic exists in a vacuum, because human beings are geared towards going along with their peers and listening to their leaders. You know, so basically, you know, we do collectively decide what's right and wrong, and that's basically how society works. And in general, most people just kind of go along with it because that's how we're hardwired as the creatures that we are.
Exactly, and that's why, unfortunately, there is no system as to date that makes the secular morality. It's because we already have immorality in us from.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of studies done to show how people generally, no matter how intelligent they may be, always tend to lean towards whatever their peers are saying and whatever their peers are deciding.
Well, I pointed this out in an earlier hangout. They were discussing almost the same topic, and I was pointing out that this is my problem with objective. Do you mean it's just objective for human beings, or is it objective moral across the board?
Well, yeah, that's the question. What does objective mean? Well, in the true definition, objective means something is true for all times, for all people, independent of people themselves. That is not the objective I'm talking about. But you'd be surprised that when they talk about objective, like William Lane Craig, means that definition. They mean objective as an independent of human opinion, basically. That is the same way I kind of reason to it. In a similar way like science does. The scientific conclusions, scientific theories are not absolute, but they're objective because they have been discovered or proven independently of our opinions. Right? They're through experiments, through observations, which are subject to change if new information is found. but they're objective still. And in a similar manner, we can deduce or establish that, for example, I don't know, killing is wrong because you diminish someone's well-being. You, in fact, completely destroy someone's well-being. You know.
Right, but you're always
Killing is not wrong. We
Well,
already know that.
yeah, that's what I was trying to ask you.
Right.
Killing is wrong. Do you mean killing is wrong for human beings?
Well, it's more complicated. Yeah, and you have to include a lot of.
Well, see, my example was I was watching one of those nature shows on National Geographic, and they were showing how elks, they usually go across the when they're migrating. You know, they usually have the kids at the back with the stronger ones at the front, and lions usually attack from the rear, and they would always snatch the children first. And for us, that may seem, morally repugnant that they would go after the children first, but they have to get those kids to take them back to feed their own cubs and everything, And that wouldn't be, and it's really not wrong because the lion is just trying to survive. It's not morally wrong what the lion is doing. That's just how they survive. They hunt elk. And of course, yeah, they go after the weakest elk that they can get first. And they also go after those elks because they know the society won't turn around to save them because they don't want to risk any of the other elks.
I don't want to digress from a topic that people are really interested in, but I didn't really get to go where I wanted to go because I was going to try to ask you, Gary,
Okay.
what's the nature of these absolutes that you believe in? Like you said, basically numbers, right? Math?
Numbers are absolutes, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, you basically see the universe as being governed by not necessarily opinions or moral absolutes, but kind of like fundamental building blocks, like certain laws of the universe. Correct?
No, not all laws. No, not all laws of the universe. Like the laws of physics only apply to, as far as we know, to our universe. We don't.
Yeah, because I'm not a mathematician, so I'm not going to really go there.
Right.
So
right, yeah, all laws don't, but absolutes apply across all universes. Any universe you can think of, they apply across. Just like I say, they apply to all existence, all of non-existence. There's nothing they don't apply to.
Well, there's a problem in that because I don't see how we can possibly know that.
What are you trying to know?
How we can have that kind of, omniscience to the point where we know.
You don't have to know everything. You just have to know that the absolutes are valid. What part are you not understanding where they're not valid?
Well, it's just we don't know anything but our immediate, reality here. It's not like we know the entire universe and that the laws that govern, that seem to govern us in this part of the universe are applied everywhere else.
Yeah, it has no bearing on the absolutes, though. A singular item is still a singular item no matter what universe you're in.
Okay.
I mean that's the logical conclusion that you get when you apply numbers as they are absolute.
Okay.
Now I know what you're under. Now, when you want to talk about non-existence, you want to talk about the number 0 because obviously that represents non-existent. But also every negative integer after that also represents non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing to remember about the absolutes is there's no point when they're false. They're true always, and it doesn't matter what universe you're in. If it's your imagination. If it's not real, they apply.
It doesn't matter if you're there to see it or not.
Correct.
Or if you comprehend it or not.
Well, I like the way Matt Dillahunty put it. He said, if there was a universe where there's no minds, like no people at all, or in that universe, a rock is still a rock and it's not a rock. That's the law of identity as it applies where there is no consciousness to even recognize it. It's still valid.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. Those laws are true always. It doesn't matter what universe you apply them to; they will always be true.
Okay. So, is there a different specific example besides mathematics?
Well, the laws of logic. That's what I mean. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. They apply across all. They're absolute as well.
Okay, so it's I think I understand the concept of the contradiction then, because I've heard arguments about especially with Far Eastern philosophy, that things can be both, at the same time.
Well, they can't. They can't. That's what the
well,
law.
the law of contradiction comes up if you pursue it. I've seen that demonstrated. Like it's either or. It's not. It can't be both.
Right. It's true.
Situation.
Yeah, it's true or it's false. It can't be both true and false at the same time, and there's no middle between true and false.
Okay. Yeah, that seems to be a justifiable absolute.
It can only be true and false under different conditionals.
Correct. Like this statement is false. That statement there, sometimes that statement can be true and sometimes that statement can be false, but it's not both true and false in both instances.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, they're real complicated. It's really hard to grasp. It's like when Matt Slicks makes his argument of tag. Most people don't get it because the way he's presenting it is that the logical absolutes have to come from an absolute mind. But the problem is if you attach them to a mind, then they're not absolute, because what you're saying is if that mind ceases to exist, then at some point something can be true and false at the same time.
Right.
Hello.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Hey, Rob.
Good. Hi, how you doing? What's up?
Too bad you just missed Neff. I know people have been trying to get you and Nephilim free in the same room. You just missed.
Oh, okay. Is Nephilim here?
Yeah, I chased him off a little bit because I was getting really sick and tired of listening to him drone on and on. Because I mean, nobody else could get a word in edgewise, and he wasn't listening to anybody. And I hate getting into hangouts when it's like one person dominating the entire thing.
Most definitely. The thing I wanted to get with Neff was because, I mean, he says that a moral absolute. When he was bringing up the slavery thing, he says you have to understand the context. But the way I see it, if you believe that in a moral absolute, the context shouldn't matter.
Well, that's exactly right. He's revealing that he's doing what everybody does. Everybody is subjective when it comes to morality. It's just like the genocide thing. Well, it was warfare. It was like, well, okay, so you're saying it was okay, to wipe out an entire ethnic group of people if it's warfare.
Yeah,
but that wasn't the point. I mean, as far as maybe somebody can correct me on this. Isn't genocide wiping out an entire ethnic group of people?
Yeah. Well, he said it wasn't in the Bible, but I found the verse. I put it in the chat over there. I guess but he left before I could get it. But I knew it was in there.
And the whole slavery thing, isn't there a verse in the Bible where they're instructing the Hebrew men to take the virgins of these women?
We're talking about Exodus chapter 21, and so when we were bringing these things up, that's when they
killed all the men, and then they took all the virgins of those people for themselves.
Well, see, here on the Amalekites, it says kill the women, the infants. I mean, they're killing the sheep,
even the animals,
camels, ass. They killed their animals.
Like to leave absolutely no evidence whatsoever that these people even existed.
Yeah. Why?
Well, I bring a different perspective to the topic. If you'd like to hear it.
Oh, here we go.
Yes or no?
Go ahead, Rob. Try to keep it brief. Go ahead.
All right, okay. So I look at the Bible as being a load of bullshit, basically, and it was designed primarily for. Oh, sorry, it's not complete bullshit. There's good wisdom in there. It's got a mix of that, but its fundamental design is about servicing empires, and my research sort of concluded that Cyrus the Great really was one of the major players in corrupting religion, and his agenda was about using it as a tool to control the Jewish group, because they represented a bit of a godsend to him in that they sat on that important landmass between him and Egypt, which was one of his goals, to move into that territory. So when I look at anything out of the biblical context, all I see is a lot of propaganda that used real historical brutality that these empires actually carried out. I mean, they used to do some pretty horrid things to the poor old Jewish folks. And then what they do is they go and write these crappy stories and say God was blaming you guys, and that's why he sent the Babylonians and Syrians down and raped and pillaged and murdered you lot, and it's all your fault.
I don't think anybody would disagree with you here.
I think you're about right there, Rob.
The trick is proving it. The trick is proving it, and that's what I set out to do.
Well,
with evidence.
I was going to bring up the point that a lot of that stuff about them committing genocide and everything, it's actually not substantiated by archaeology. We found
Correct.
that the Canaanites kind of like fucked themselves over. the Jews didn't really conquer them at all. So, and what actually happened? The Canaanites became the Jews in a lot of sense. So.
No, actually, I want to correct you on that. I think, here's what I think, right, and this is documented too. The archaeologists and Egyptologists, if I've got that correct, they've been looking for about the past 100 years for any evidence of the Exodus myth, and they've pretty much given up on that. Their conclusion is...
it's total bullshit. I know.
Exactly. But their conclusion is interesting. What they say is that the Jewish faith emanates from the Canaanite traditions. And if you actually go back and have a look at what a Canaanite religious premise is, you find that it's polytheistic. Mm-hmm. But also what you find is in their list of gods, you've got bloody Yahweh and Elohim, you know, which are the core ones that are used through the biblical myth. So I think that's a really telling start. Now, you know, I go on, I've written a whole book about this, but I go on to say that Cyrus the Great, the Persian Empire, when they came into Babylon, they actually wrote the book of Isaiah, the whole lot of it, and created this myth that it was prophecy. And that's the fundamental point, and it's actually in the book of Isaiah that they create this monotheistic image of a god who's made, by the way, and they literally say this, is made in the image of an emperor stuck above a bloody dome. You know those snow dome globes that we see in gift shops? Well, that's how folks used to think of the world, and that's how it's actually written in the Bible. And I think that's the very point that this monotheistic myth started, and the rest is a tragic history, really.
Yeah,
that's
I'm not absolutely positive to this, but I mean, what I heard is that the Jewish god Yahweh actually started out as a part of a pantheon at one point.
Well, he certainly.
And monotheism was introduced later on, and then it was narrowed down to one god out of the pantheon. As a matter of fact, he had a wife, a god wife, at one point.
Well, what I'll do, mate, I'll copy the link, and you can have a look at it. It's Wiki, and everyone slams Wiki, but I find it a pretty good resource. But anyway, this Canaanite reference will show you clearly that Yahweh is listed in the Canaanite list, and apparently he was a warrior god, so that sort of fits. That would be the god that the bloody Persians, because that's what they're all about, that's the one they picked to pull this scam off. So just hang on, I'll post it in the chat side.
Well, that would be interesting to me.
Yeah, well,
how the transition went from being more of a pantheistic religion into a monotheistic religion.
Well, there is actually an explanation behind that. During King Josiah's reign, he dug up some so-called books of Moses from a temple wall, which everybody believes is fraudulent and made up. And he basically outlawed polytheism within his kingdom because it was a polytheistic Judaic state. So they didn't have that outlawed until him. He decided to wipe out all the other gods to consolidate his own power hold over the people.
Disagree.
Because they were losing. They were losing power big time.
I disagree. I disagree with that comment.
Which comment?
The fact that it was in the context of the Jewish people that the switch between polytheism and monotheism occurred, I disagree with that point. And I'd like to offer a counter position.
Oh, go ahead. You probably say the same thing I just said. So.
Well, no, I don't think I will. Oh, well, maybe I will, but you can correct me. I'm quite open to be corrected. But, you know, I will ask for evidence.
Oh, this is... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. So my conclusion was this: that it was very much the Persian Emperor Cyrus the Great that actually created the monotheistic paradigm, and I'll explain how I came to that conclusion. And I'll post links just to sort of back up what I'm saying. I'll post links as I go. So the first link I want to post is the Cyrus Cylinder. Anyone familiar with that? Cyrus Cylinder?
Yeah, a bit.
Well, if you, so I'll post the link for that so you can see that I'm not sort of making stuff up. So that's now in the chat window with the link to the Canaanite religion. If you actually look at that cylinder, you find that it says quite clearly, and it's propaganda, it's written by Cyrus, and we know it was written after the conquest of Babylon by Cyrus. It says quite clearly that Nabonidus, the guy that Cyrus defeated, is cast in a bad light, and then Cyrus is now the new champion. You could call him a saviour if you want. It'll fit better into the whole story as I tell it. But also you notice that he has this favourable relationship with the god Marduk, who was the Babylonians' god. So what we have is this precedence where an emperor of those days would take over a population, and then he'd use their religion to help him secure authority and control over that particular population that he secumed. So my conclusion was that the book of Isaiah is exactly the same paradigm. If you look at it carefully, what you notice is you can divide it very clearly into two segments. The first segment talks about, and remember I'm coming from a position that says it was clearly written in 538 BC, not 740 BC, and it's definitely not a prophecy. So if you look at it in two sections, what you see is the first section is about giving the poor old Jewish people a guilt trip, blaming them for all this persecution that literally occurred from Assyrian and Babylonian forces. And so that's got a historical context. We know that actually happened. It was back in 740 BC, which incidentally is the time that this so-called Isaiah is supposed to start writing this book. We know that the Assyrians took over and Judea became a client state, and they've remained that way pretty much all the way through history. So the first half of the book of Isaiah is very much about the guilt trip. Now, if you know anything about, and you know, if we get personal here, if you've had a death in your family, like, I'll give you an example, right? Our next door neighbour, she had this pet dog, and it got savaged and killed by a bloody, you know, big mongrel beast that just killed it. Anyway, it was really interesting to watch her behaviour beyond that point. She just went into this guilt mode, and she was looking for all these, she said it was all this superstitious crap to explain how that event happened. I reckon that the Persians knew this sort of dynamic in people, this willingness to be superstitious, and then they cooked up this guilt trip story, and they put that to these captive Jewish folks and said, look, it was all your fault, your God, Yahweh, and Yahweh is in their context because he does come from the Canaanite tradition. So they spin that.
There's a problem. There's a problem with the link here.
Yes,
the Yahweh, the explanation of that God says that well, I'll read it. Yahweh may exist as an ending of some Amorite male names, though the only Canaanite mention of Yahweh found in Mesha Stele refers to the God of Israel contrasted with Chemosh. I don't know if that means, it makes it sound like it's saying it's not part of the Canaanite pantheon, that it's just mentioned on some stele. As being the Israelites' God.
Yeah, and I understand that, and that's what makes this whole debate very difficult. And this is going to be a hard one for you guys to accept. I guess, and we'll probably drift into the conspiracy theory side of things. But I hold this view that religions have always been owned by empires, and I mean that continues right to today because we still see them in the mix. There's a vested interest in our community to preserve that story, and that's one of the issues that you'll get. You always get this conflicting bloody story, and you get, there's one argument here and there's another one there, but I think if you put those things to rest and look at the bigger picture tells a very clear story. It makes more sense that this client state of Judea, they're only bit players. They're not big players at all in the scene. The big players were the Assyrians, the Persians, and the Babylonians. It makes more sense that if there was a God, he's not going to be pissed just at these little client state Jewish folks for doing what seems to be historically bugger all. He's going to be pissed as well with these Assyrians and Babylonians. I mean, I found a bit of, and this is historical evidence, there's a picture of Assyrians and how they recorded this, how they treated the Jewish folk. They stuck them on skewers. They impaled them, so they were quite a brutal lot. These Assyrians, sorry, something went down the wrong way. So they're pretty brutal lot. So, it makes more logical sense. Excuse me. I might take a break for a minute, ask a question. I just got to clear my throat. It makes more sense that these Persians were just running a scam, and particularly if we bring in the hard evidence that's on the Sarah cylinder that they were happy to use religions to tell con stories. It just makes much more logical sense that they're actually running a scam over these Jewish people. And also, if you weigh into the discussion, you wouldn't want to kill your population. For an empire, it's a numbers game. If you want to take on the next crew, you really want to shore up your population base. You don't want to diminish it. So you've got to come up with some sort of scheme to get them on board with the least amount of fuss, and then get on with your next expansion strategy. That makes more sense to me than believing that some freaking God who sits up in the sky sat there and said, "Oh, you're a bad lot, you little pissant Jewish people. I'm really pissed with you." Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
The other story is ridiculous. It's just crap, and it's full of ghosts and goblins and fairy tales, So anyway, if I get back to the book of Isaiah, 2 sections, right? First section, it's about casting guilt on these people so that they've got a framework to bring God into the mix. And then the second part of, if you look at, we start to hear about this Cyrus the Great, and he's such a wonderful character, and he's got this favourable relationship. He's God's, and here's a key word, really important one. It specifically says it. He's the anointed one, right? So this Cyrus is this Yahweh that's been whacked up on top of this snow dome view of the world. He's been called the anointed one, and from that point on, he's this great saviour. Well, no, he's not. He's a bloody greedy prick that wants to own the world, is what he is. I mean, that makes more sense historically. But anyway, so here's the specific point that I think, and I'll copy and paste this. This is where I think monotheism is born. I'm going to quote from the Bible. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, they're saying that Yahweh may have been an epithet for El.
Oh yeah.
And it doesn't sound absolutely positively certain. I'm sure I'd have to look into it further, but
yes.
In one thing that kind of there's a number of things that kind of stand out for me.
Yeah.
One is that the bull was symbolic to El, which is interesting since there was the whole golden calf thing in the Bible and stuff like that, and usually the way the story was told to me as a Christian in the past, oh well, they just kind of pulled that out of their butt and just made this golden calf. You know, just
Oh,
out of inspiration.
No, no, that's actually, yeah.
Hey, you have a look at some of the Persian imagery, and one of the things you'll find, well, my mind's racing in a couple of directions here, but basically one thing that you'll see if you go and have a look at their imagery, you'll see this model of a like a bull figure, and then this Zoroastrian kingly. So I think it was one of the first kings of Assyria might have had that image, but it's a real strong image that floats right through history, this winged beast. You also see it in Zoroaster, the image of Zoroaster, this concept of a six-winged figure. Boy, I tell you, that gets real interesting if you follow that through and start joining a few dots on that one. So, you know, that bull image, no, I think that's part of the bad boy story, and I think it's very.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to keep on interrupting you. It's just I just wanted to point something out that kind of blew my mind as well. This site that you sent me to. There's a god called Attar.
Yes.
Part of the pantheon, god of the morning star, son of the morning, who tried to take the place of dead Baal and failed. Male counterpart of Astarte or something like that. But that's kind of interesting because I do believe that the devil is referred to as the god of the morning, or not the god of the morning star, but the son of the morning star, or something along those lines, isn't he?
Well, there's I'm not familiar with that particular line, but what I do know, there seems to be
is the morning star.
Yeah. Well, there seems to be some religion that exists. It's almost like a background religion, and it seems to, because what I struggle, because I sort of finished my book, which ended in with Constantine the Great, 325 AD, and then I thought, well, shit, if that's what's been going on, it must bear out from that point forward. And the truth of the matter is, it seems to. But what puzzled me is I thought, how can you sustain such bad behaviour for so long? You would have thought that good might have had a couple of wins, but what I'm sort of concluding is it seems like there's some sort of religion, and it's not a bloody good one. You know, it's about you know, world dominance and, you know, pretty nasty stuff. And maybe it's that religion, you know, that evil religion that sort of is holding these, or helping these things sustain for so long. But anyway, that's getting a bit far off track. So I'll just go back to the go back and finish that Cyrus the Great stuff. So I'll cut and paste from the Bible, and I'll show you where I think monotheism was actually born. And I think when you see it, you know, when you look at it from this perspective, it's pretty bloody obvious what they're up to.
Well, you're going to pull up the Babylonian references, aren't you?
Well, I can do that as well, but I thought just at this point I'll give you the point that monotheism, or from my perspective, where monotheism was actually born. And then I'll explain to you, because it's sort of short and sharp. It's probably easier than rattling all the other stuff off. Right, so there's the passage in the chat window, and I'll read it to you. It says, I am Yahweh, that is my name. Sorry, this is Isaiah 40:22. I am Yahweh, that is my name. I will not give my glory to another or my praise to idols. So, sorry, that's a precursor. That's where we get Yahweh introduced into the concept, and there's a link between Yahweh and the God. So now God becomes, well, the sky God becomes Yahweh. Here's the quote from 40:22. He sits enthroned. So enthroned is really intriguing to me, because that's making a god in the image of an emperor like Cyrus. Because if you have a look at Cyrus's story, you know, he's very much the king on the throne sort of thing. So we see he, being God, sits enthroned above the circle of the earth. Now that's a really important word, circle, because if you get an apologist in the room, he'll say to you, hey, look, God knew it was a globe. And I say to them, no, mate, bullshit. Think about the people of the day. The people of the day just think about their context, right? They didn't get to travel far. They were stuck on this landmass. Every direction they looked, they saw this circular horizon, right? So what people in those days used to think is they used to, and fair enough, they didn't have any other information. They thought they lived on this flat circular disc. So that's what the term circle means in their time.
The Earth isn't circular.
Sorry?
The Earth isn't a circular, it's a sphere.
Oh yeah, but from a point, imagine yourself as an ancient person, right? You've not travelled outside your landmass, right, at that point in time. Everywhere you look, you just see horizon, right, in every direction. Now that's a circle, yeah?
Well, you can say it probably is a circle or a square, maybe even rectangular.
No. Well, that's right. They did use this concept of the four winds and all that sort of stuff, but I'm pretty confident that the person that wrote that was talking about the way that people viewed the world of the day, and they were talking about this circular nation. But I'll give you something else that's in the same passage to try and firm that idea up. So let's go on with the passage. It says, and its people are like grasshoppers, right? So now what you got this concept that we're living in this snow dome world, and I'll explain the dome part in a minute. You've got this guy that's sitting atop that snow dome, right? So if you live in that world and your world view is that really is reality, then you're going to be thinking, shit, he can see every freaking move I make. And you'd understand the concept of looking like grasshoppers because you might have went up to a hill and had a look down and, and so on. Shit, look at all those people moving around, they look like grasshoppers. So, that makes sense. So we move on to the next bit, and it says, he stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. Now, here's what I'd say to an apologist. I'd say, how the frickin' hell do you get a canopy and wrap it around the world? Isn't it more likely that they're talking about what's known in the biblical world as a firmament? Now, the concept of a firmament, as I understand it, is the concept that the ancients came up with, when they would describe how the sky stretched across their world. So they called that the firmament, this sort of canopy concept. And to back that up even further, and this is biblical, they used to talk about this idea of water being above and below, and that's where you get this concept of as above, below. I know that's true because the Noah story, the Noah myth, uses the idea that water came up from the world, because I think they might have been smart enough to know that mathematically in 40 days you couldn't get enough rain to cover 5 kilometres of bloody landmass. The math doesn't work. So, I don't know, do you get what I'm saying? I mean, to me that's literally written in the form of that snow dome, so immediately it's an inaccuracy to the facts, so God's telling bullshit. But also you've got this concept where God's placed like an emperor, so man's created God and whacked him up in the sky because he wanted to scare the Jewish folks into doing his bidding. So anyway, that's my premise. Hello, anybody home?
No, I think you're right that it's more difficult to separate. Actually, I'd argue it's probably impossible to separate religion from the political element of it. So, a lot of the idea behind it was to control people, right? And it still is. So.
Well, that was one. I've got 5 separate events that I isolated that tell the exact same story, that you would have this change in power, right? And there would be some, and that's how I sort of came up with I call it the 5 great corruptions theory, but I came up with the idea because I looked across that 900-year span, and what I started to see was this really common pattern. You'd have a change in power, usually a bloody one. You'd have the religious books would emerge at that particular time. They lobbied out prophecy as if it was real, but it was always about historical stuff. So for my theory to work, I have to explain the prophecy, and I can do that with the Book of Daniel, and I just did it with Isaiah. So, and the other thing that was really telling was that the emperors that won the battle, these religious contexts always, and I mean always, favoured their circumstance. So that was very telling to me. You know, you could see clearly that the religious stuff was backing the power authority of the day.
Right.
So the book of Isaiah,
divine approval. You had to get divine approval. You could
well, I wrote
accumulate
the
more.
book.
Right. More people in your empire.
Well, exactly. That's all it was about. They're just growing empires, and you know, Rome did the same thing later on, and you can see the same bloody pattern. The Pharisees, or the Maccabees as they're known, they did the same thing with the Book of Daniel. I mean, if you look at the Book of Daniel and study it carefully, you'll see that every bit of information in it is about a period, 530, it starts at Nebuchadnezzar through to 160 BC. There's nothing in it that refers to anything post that time. I conclude that the bloody Maccabees, after they won that battle against the Greek traditions, they wrote that bullshit, you know, and their agenda was they were trying to, you know, tell a new story to the Hellenized Jews and bring them back under the religious paradigm. And unfortunately for us all, those bastards won, and religion still survived.
Yeah. Well, the way I've always seen it, you know, looking at all of these fragments from the prior, you know, religions and empires and whatnot, I just saw it as pretty much copy and paste, right? from the Babylonians, the Sumerians, the Egyptians, anyone they had contact with, they just kind of stole.
It was they used the same stupid bloody thing, and it's amazing that we haven't picked it up any earlier. But they use the same stupid models, and they get away with it. It's really quite bizarre. But there it is, boys. Now you know. Anyway, I've got a book coming out, so I hope I get some airplay. I'd really love to have the debate. I see. Another problem that I've picked up on, I think we've got a real problem with Islam at the moment, and I think they're being wound up to cause a lot of trouble. I don't know whether you guys participate in any debates with the Islam v Christian movement, but I certainly jump in, and that's very contrived in my opinion.
What do you mean by the Christian movement?
Well, no, it's not the Christians. It's actually driven by the Islam side.
Okay.
They create these groups, and what they do is they try and lure the Christians into that room just to disturb. It's all about creating disturbance and disruption and distraction, in my opinion. Because one of the things I noticed, and you know, you can go check it out, a lot of the guys in those debates were young Nigerians, and I thought, oh, that's another Nigerian scam like they do with the, you know, the lottery prizes and all the rest of it. There was just an overwhelming percentage of young Nigerians that were participating, and they weren't talking about supporting their religion. They were just deliberately trying to assassinate the biblical context. And what that would do is that would get the Christian folk all fired up, and they were so stupid they couldn't see it, and they engage in this debate, and they go round and round in circles. It's actually quite funny. They go round in circles, and none of them can make a conclusion. And I mean, you could go away for about bloody a month and come back, and they'll still be doing the same thing, talking about the same crap. So, you know, I think that's a real problem, and I think there's another agenda going on there. I'm not quite sure what, but something's screwy for sure.
Well, there's kind of a saying among Orientalist scholars. They kind of say, well, Muslims were like the first true skeptics of Christianity, in the sense that they attacked Christianity openly prior to, say, we can do now in a secular society as atheists or what have you. So. The Muslims have been at it way longer, in a sense, in a public arena. So that's the way they've always argued it. They'd point out how ludicrous Christianity is to try and bring people into Islam as opposed to actually noticing anything wrong with their own theology.
Oh yeah, now let me tell you, mate, there's a bloody lot wrong with that, and I actually give them a bit of curry back because I know for sure that theirs is a scam as well. And the reason I'm confident about that is the book of Daniel was written after the fact, so it was a contrivance. That's the book that we actually first see the mention of Angel Gabriel. Except for the Book of Enoch, but Book of Enoch, that's another interesting story, and that's marked as apocrypha, but it was genuine in its day. So what the Maccabees had done is they created this concept of an angel, and if you look at the text itself, it talks about a six-winged angel. Well, if you look at Zoroaster and his imagery, he's got 3 petitions on each wing. So I think there's this connection going on there, but where the Islam boys fall down is they don't know that Muhammad really, that was a military strategy, and what he's done, he's created a myth and basically made up his own religion. That bullshit about him being the last prophet, that was a strategy. That's a strategy to prevent anyone jumping over the top of his, bullshit paradigm, and it was just his mechanism to sort of contain his believers. To say, well, no, don't believe anyone else, I'm the last prophet. But it's all made up crap. And I think the thing that will bring Islam down around its knees is proving that the Book of Daniel is in fact a fabrication. And there's pretty good evidence there. I mean, the Book of Jubilees gives a perfect explanation for that 77s that's in there, how they were calculating time and dates. So I've covered that in my book too. So I want to give this. And the other thing about Islam too, I mean, the way they treat women is appalling, and it's all based on bullshit because this Muhammad was quite a, well, I'll be blunt, he was a bit of a prick, really. And
yeah,
that needs to be called out. It does, because these guys, they treat their women appallingly, absolutely appalling.
Well,
hey, I've got a good one for you. Check this out. Right? Now, this is Gnostic Jesus, who I think's the real dude. So I really mix it up a bit. This is what Gnostic Jesus says, and it's one I feed to the Islam boys. It says, here we go. Saying number 37. His disciples said, When will you appear to us, and when will we see you? And Jesus said, when you strip without being ashamed, and you take your clothes and put them under your feet like little children, and trample them, then you will see the Son of the Living One, and you will not be afraid. Now, I think that's actually valid philosophy, really, because if you've got no hang-ups, it's very liberating. So what I do with the Muslim folks, I tell the girls that Jesus is coming back, time to get your bikinis out, and here's the evidence. That winds them up.
I wanted to go back to that point you about Muhammad and being the last prophet. Yeah, you're right. He did do that as a strategy to try and prevent any further elaboration, in a sense.
Well, he was losing soldiers.
But we also know that in certain sects of Islam we have what are called scholars, right? I really hate using that term, but that's what they call themselves. So, and they control all of this legalistic mumbo jumbo within their religion, and I think that's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. The problem with it is that the individuals who end up becoming these so-called scholars are usually the biggest numbskulls out of all of them. They're not the ones that really earned their way into that position or anything. They just were the ones that lived long enough to get into that position.
Oh, yeah. Look, they're crooks. I mean, if you have a look at their personal profile, I mean, I saw one dude, this young interviewer got this imam into a room, and she was a feisty young lady, and she took off her veil in front of him and he started carrying on a treat. But then she done her homework. She said, well, what about that bloody $1,000 that you took off us to get you into the freaking room? So they're just crooks and hypocrites, these dudes.
Oh, totally. I don't know if you've heard about the artificial islands that they have over there, like Saudi Arabia.
I've seen them, like that Palm Island thing. Or
yeah. They'll make these artificial islands, or they'll put hotels on these artificial islands where they don't have to follow any of the rules that are.
I bet you it's full. I bet you it's full of brothels too.
Yeah, from what I know, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, bloody oath. I mean, these guys are bloody crooks, big time. But the problem is, they actually do cause us some heartache today, and that's why I'm dead set. I'm very clear on my agenda. I want to take the three religions head on and just cancel the bloody things, because to me, they're an absolute nightmare. But I mix it up a bit because I actually honestly believe, well, I don't even like the word believe anymore, but I think I know the true story behind the Jesus figure, and that he actually had a valid philosophy. He's dead, of course, you know, he died like everyone else. But I think he had a valid philosophy, and I think the Romans actually took that over, and my claim is that the New Testament was written by Emperor Nerva in 72-ish AD, and it was another propaganda after a bloody change in power, and that's when the Romans went down and smashed the daylights out of the Jewish faction and wiped out the Essenes. And I think they deliberately wiped the Essene community off the face of the earth because they were trying to cover the tracks on this figure called the righteous teacher. I think that righteous teacher is actually the historical Jesus identity.
I do not disagree that a lot of the material that is attributed to Jesus can be traced to an individual, but I think that the individual presented in Scripture is in fact a composite or a combination.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. They used a lot of the, they used Isaiah. They tried to max him with that. You know the Nazarite, this Nazareth stuff. There's no historical or archaeological evidence that supports a Jesus living in Nazareth. But if you look at the Old Torah, now this is the Old Torah, that's the first 5 books, I think has some correlation back to the Canaanites in some way, but they had a tradition in there called the Nazarite tradition, and if you look that up, you'll find that the Essenes actually practiced that down in Qumran. And what that is, that's a very austere, good-hearted, community-minded sort of spirituality. And it sort of has a better fit with the real, I say real Jesus, the real Jesus persona. So that's another interesting connection, and sort of gives us a reason why they started pulling from here, there, and everywhere, because what they were trying to do, I think, the Romans, they were trying to create a story that gave an alternate explanation for the reality, because they had to have some real context. Otherwise, the locals who read the stuff would have said, "Oh, no, that's bullshit. We know better." Right? So they've got to have some real context, and they really didn't write it for us. They're only about their local and current agenda. It's the people down the track that have sort of twisted the story and made it suit the current economic or political paradigm. Yeah. Hey, you all gone quiet. What's going on, boys?
It's my understanding that I think it's in the New Testament. Supposedly Jesus fulfills a prophecy being from Nazareth, but yet there's no finding of a town called Nazareth or Nazareth, even him being called a Nazareth.
Oh, yeah, right. The town there, that didn't exist until after the
Correct. Yeah.
Bible was thrown together.
Yeah.
Kind of.
All bullshit.
Wow, I learned
What
something.
about those missing years of his life?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
And what about those missing years of his life?
What are they?
Oh well, they don't want that in the the canon that is considered legitimate, because that would make Jesus look human. But the
Yeah.
Gnostics do have a story about him.
And,
That's interesting.
the way he heals people is more like Buddhist type healing.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually think that this guy was a really popular figure. I mean, I read the Gospel of Thomas. I think is his true writings. So I read every one of those 114 sayings, and I interpreted every single one of them. I gave them a meaningful context, and I got to say, they're really valid philosophies, and that you can connect them back to. I connect them back to the Cherokee wisdom about two wolves, and I also connect it back to Plato. I think he's in the same ballpark as Plato. And I think what he was doing in the day is he sort of strikes me as probably like a bloke like John Lennon. Now, when you listen to John Lennon, particularly his later stuff, he was really in tune with stuff, really highly in tune, but he was also a rebel. And that's the kind of bloke I reckon this Jesus was. I reckon he was pulling these Romans and Pharisees out for being, arseholes and conning folks. And that's how that's how I think the true story is.
But Rob, you refer to the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas is like 2nd century. I mean, that's even...
No, it's not. No, I disagree. Just 1 second, guys. I've got to take a phone call. Sorry.
Okay. My recollection, it's like 2nd century.
Not too bad. Listen, I'm talking to some guys online, so I might have to go. Yeah, no issue, or you everything fine? Yeah. Okay, see you. Bye. That was the wife. I had to flick her off. Sorry, what was the question? Were we talking about something then, guys?
I think third proverb is asserting that Gospel of Thomas originates in the 3rd century or 2nd century.
Yeah, okay.
2nd or 3rd century. I'm trying to look up something. I thought it was like 140 or something like that. That the scholars agree.
Yeah. So
I mean,
this
there's
is
decades of disagreement, but it's definitely early as 2nd century, I think.
No. I disagree with that, and I'll explain why. If you actually go and look at the Wikipedia article on it, you'll find that there are 2 camps. There's the early camp. This is the scholars, right? You've got the early camp that will put it as early as 40 AD, and then you have the later camp that will put it at the outer edge of 140 AD. There's an interesting theory, and it came to light in 1800s, right? So this is 100 clear years before anyone even in modern times knew about a Gospel of Thomas. That theory is called the Q-source theory, and anyone that gets into this religious stuff will, it doesn't take them long to become familiar with it. But essentially what Q-source theory sets out to do is it sets out to try and explain some anomalies between the synoptic Gospels of Mark, Matthew, and...
yeah, but we have no Q book, though.
Hey? Oh, no. What I'm saying is that Thomas is, in fact, that Q source.
Okay.
Now, I did some more work on that. So what I did is I looked at those 114 sayings, and I tried to track them down through the Bible. And what I found was that 61 of those sayings are used, in fact, in the Bible, but they're bastardized in certain ways. And they're bastardized towards the magic side of things. But the other thing that was really interesting, the 53 that didn't make the cut tell a very, very interesting story. They talk about a philosophical relationship with an inner father, a living father, which is very similar to what the old Cherokees talk about. So they talk about that. Now, if you imagine if that was a successful theology, it wouldn't serve an empire because it doesn't leave any room for the bloody empires, right? And it doesn't have any fake gods. All it leaves you with is a person and their inner wolves, if you like, to use the Cherokee context. So, you know, for me, I'm very strongly convinced that Q source is the Gospel of Thomas. Anyway, that's in my book, so we'll see how that plays out when I argue with these scholars. It makes sense, you know, it makes perfect sense. And you don't need bloody sky gods and angels. It just makes sense. And besides, look at our world. You know, it's these empires, they make a friggin' mess of things, and they're still doing it. Take Putin, for example. If that's not a third Antichrist, I've never seen one.
Well, it just goes to show nothing much has changed, right?
Well, unfortunately,
politics
not,
using religion and religion using politics.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. But there is a bit of optimism because, see, the religious bullshit tells us that we're born bad, you know. But if you look at the Gnostic Jesus story, he's basically saying you're born good, and what screws people up, and where all this evil context comes from, is the human's ego.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sort of drawing the conclusion that ego is the root of all evil. And when I look at it,
if you want to control society, you want them to think they're evil and they have to, you know, be subordinate.
Well, yeah, you want to make them think that they fall short of what they should be achieving, right? And the only way they can achieve that is you give them the solution, and they have to. And the better way to do it is how the Catholics do it, or the Christian branch does it. You have to come back for the solution every time you fall short.
Yeah, well, that's exactly the book of Isaiah. If you look at the book of Isaiah on the back of what you just said, you'll see that that's exactly the way they structured it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So you're spot on, mate.
Yeah.
You guys remember the Egyptian god Amun-Ra?
Yeah.
Yeah, the transvestite. What about her?
You know, Amun has many different like spellings, like including A-M-E-N.
Yes, I've heard of that, about saying that they get amen from Amun.
You know, that type of spelling's in the Bible at the end of each different verse.
I heard another theory that Israel is supposed to be Is from Isis, Ra from the Egyptian god Ra, and then you have El as in Elohim or power, might.
Yeah, well, that could be, because I tell you, those now you got to be politically correct here, because it's not the Jewish people that are the problem. It's an elite. I call them the Pharisees now to keep it nice and in context. But there's an elite group that are pulling all this bullshit on, I think. But I think you know, I tell you, I'm doing some research now. I might have mentioned earlier, 325 AD going forward, and I decided to follow the holy, and I call them the unholy Roman Empire, and the Pharisee factions, and just see where they move through history. And there's a really interesting event that happened on the back of, I think it was World War II, and this was when they established the State of Israel. What happened was this guy called, this is beyond Bismarck, but there was a guy, an English dude, and he sort of struck an agreement in the background, so the kings and queens, who are problems in their own right, they didn't know this agreement existed, and it was the agreement, Balfour was his name. He struck this agreement that actually it led to the establishment of the Jewish state, and very, very contrived sort of thing. So these Pharisees, they're a bit of a problem as far as I can tell, and they need to be called out big time. So that's my thoughts on that. So it's not the Jewish people. I mean, gee, if you go back to the days of 160 BC, I mean, those Maccabees, they kill their own. They were killing Jewish folk that had woken up to their bullshit and decided to move across to more rational explanations that were coming into the region from Alexander the Great's takeover. So the king of the day, his name was Antiochus IV Epiphanes. He was backing the Greek traditions. So, you know, the whole story fits when you look at it. It just makes perfect sense. But unfortunately, it means that these people are still active today and taking a lend of humanity. I mean, if you look at kings and queens over time, they've really taken the lion's share of resources, and there's no really rational basis for them having them. So I guess I'm going to be unpopular.
Do you remember Jacob's Ladder?
No, I don't. You'll have to.
The biblical Jacob?
No, I don't.
The staircase to heaven?
No, you'll have to see. One thing I realised pretty early in this study is that I had to skim over a lot of shit to get to the bigger picture. I mean, if you get caught off on single tangents, you'd need to spend 10 lifetimes to get to the heart of what's actually going on. That's my opinion, anyway. So I have to admit, I did skim a lot of stuff. So you go ahead, explain it. I'm happy to hear it.
Well, it's basically like angels going up and down staircase. Jacob's like saw God standing above the ladder. You know what?
Well, that's gotta be bullshit.
Yeah, he's talking about the story where Jacob wrestles God and all that. And
the funny thing is,
a deal.
Now the Queen of England has that step pyramid thing.
She has what?
When she gets like, the Queen of England has that step pyramid type thing, and she gets like anointed.
Oh, I tell you, I think that they're bad people. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to really lay all the cards out. Like I've got a couple of spreadsheets full now of events through history that seem to be quite connected with these empire dudes, and they look like a really crooked lot. And what I'd love to see happen is actually lay it all out and have an examination at a bigger picture and ask the question. You know, you people are taking the lend of us. Give us the money back.
Yeah. The crown is like 12 jewels.
Yeah, I know. We'll take the lot. They get nothing. Put them in a 3-bedroom cottage.
It's kind of funny that I think that kind of 12 jewel things represents the 12 tribes of Israel.
Oh, I can tell you a good story on that if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
All right, those 12 tribes. All right, now if you actually look at the Book of Kings, the Book of Kings leaves out a story about a battle called the Battle of, I think it's Qarqar. It's Qar or something like that. I'll get the link and whack it on the chat. But basically, that's a historical event, and it's where the Assyrian king. Oh, sorry. There's 12 little satellite communities around the Israel region, all get together, and they try and take on this Assyrian king.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the really interesting thing about that is the fact, and this is a fact, that that particular significant historical event is completely left out of the Book of Kings. Now, if you look at the biblical story, the poor old biblical bullshit artists are left with a problem. And they call that problem the missing 10 tribes. Because their story, because they tried to match their story of these 12 tribes to that historical event, but they couldn't. So they had to concoct some other crap. And what they did is they came up with this story about the missing 10 tribes to try and cover their tracks. And that's what went on there. So both of those things, I can't find them now, but you look them up, you'll find them.
Mm-hmm.
the Battle of Karkar missing from the Book of Kings, and this bullshit story that these liars make up about the missing 10 tribes. So you see, that's why you got all that biblical apocrypha. They actually wrote some pretty crappy stuff in the day, and later on they realised it was weak. So their strategy was they just said, "Oh, that's someone else wrote that, and it's crap." But the truth of the matter is, they wrote these books, but they just made a mess of them. Didn't cover their tracks very well, so they had to come up with an idea called apocrypha to cover their tracks.
Right.
It all fits.
I think there are similarities of like things in English anarchy that kind of tie in with Egypt, like the scepter, the kilts.
Yeah, that's interesting too. I mean, I went to see. Now this is probably going out on a way tangent, but you've heard of the Aztecs, I take it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I went to a show on the Aztecs, and of course I'm reasonably well versed in the religious story of the Middle East and that. And I was looking through that, but I'd never really paid much mind to the Aztec. And I was looking through the exhibit, and it was quite a good one. And I started recognising things that I thought, oh shit, this is the same bullshit. You know, they've got the pyramid, they've got a hierarchical model that they're using to control things. They use sacrifice to scare the shit out of people. And they even had their warriors were dressed up in these eagle suits. Now, that eagle thing is a really common theme in this whole story. And then I thought, shit, that's bloody interesting, but I mean, how do you make a connection? Well, I saw a show on SBS over here, and it was a bloke, an archaeologist, that was doing a study, and he was talking about Carthaginians. They had a bit of trouble, and there's a theory that they actually were defeated and jumped on their ships, and they more than likely ended up over in South America. It's about a 31-day trip in those days. And if you listen to the Aztec story, they talk about an ancient god that inspired their tradition, and he was a white man with a beard. And I thought, oh, that'll be one of those bloody idiots that's come across from, from the Middle East.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I mean, that's early days. I haven't looked at that in detail, but sort of has some sense to it. Makes sense.
Well, you know, some of the Spanish thought a similar thing. They thought that they were like descendants of people of the Mediterranean area, Egyptians and Greeks and whatnot, were somehow related to quote-unquote Atlantis. Some people have developed that theory, I think.
Oh yeah, they try in the bullshit stuff, but I think there's a more simple explanation. It's just, here's how I view it. Basically, the simplest way I can describe it is this, and I'll read to you what I think is probably the most brilliant bit of philosophy on the planet, and it's only a very, very short thing. So, but I track everything back to this little saying, and it comes to us from the Cherokee Indians. So where are we? And I think, you know, you can actually explain just about anything if you take this into the context of whatever it is you're examining. So this is what the old Cherokee, it's an old Cherokee wisdom. An old Cherokee told his grandson, there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. The other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. So the boy thought about what Grandpa had just said, and then he says, Grandpa, which wolf wins? And the old man quietly replied, the one you, and heavy emphasis on you, feed. Now, I think what's happened in human history is that some smart fellows have figured out this story, and they decided to take a lend and feed their own wolf and their selfish buggers, and they've also recognised that people are inherently superstitious and scared of dying. And basically, you know, I mean, there's examples up in early Mesopotamia where they had phallic symbols of bears and all that sort of thing, and the conclusion was that they were actually into worship. But what, you know, the fundamental thing underlying it all, though, is that they're trying to take a lend of their fellow man and trap them into a slave paradigm. Because if you create a story, or like if I told you guys some sort of bullshit story, and you were stupid enough to believe me, right? What happened in that transaction is that I became the power broker, because I'm the only one that knows the real truth. And I think that's what these turkeys were doing. As soon as they had belief, that's why I don't think a lot of belief. I think belief's a bloody curse. They, you know, giving that belief is like giving these arseholes power. And then in return, what they do is they take all your goods and your money and they make you bloody a slave. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Hey, what time is it over there?
Right, 10:24 here.
Hey, what AM? So it's early morning for you.
That's actually evening for me.
Yeah.
I think he means 22:24.
Oh, okay. Yeah, PM. Okay. I'm at just after lunch break here. It's 1:25 PM. I'm in Australia.
I know, he sounded like Crocodile Hunter. I made that click in my head right away.
I say to the Americans now, just for a bit of fun, I say the reason that I've got it worked out. This is to the Christians and that, and the Islam folks. I just say the reason I've got it all sorted is that we get up a day and a half ahead of you blokes.
Yeah. You know the Empire of the City?
Sorry, say again?
You know the Empire of the City?
Of what city?
The District of Columbia, Inner City of London, and the Vatican.
Yeah, I think they're all bad. They're all bad, or somehow connected in some way. There's something crooked about them.
They're all their own.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. They're a law unto themselves, right?
They have their own flag, own currency and all.
Yeah. Well, you see, in the context of like a Gnostic Jesus, we'd all be seen as equal. You wouldn't have a need for a separate state.
First off, DC doesn't have its own money.
Who is it? Who?
DC, District of Columbia, does not have its own money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you got to be careful because you can easily get. You gotta check your facts, and you got to be prepared to say you're wrong too. Because one of the problems with all this shit is that you got basically two stories running, and sometimes it's very hard to know which is true. And you'll get a lot of opposition from folks, and they'll be very happy to slam you with conspiracy theories and all that just to shut you up.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting debate.
on top of that, DC's a non-voting state, even though it is just a city, and that's why it has its own flag.
Right.
Like every other state.
Okay, they're off the hook.
The Vatican became a city-state because it sided with the Axis during World War II for its independence.
It's a sovereignty of the sea. What's funny about the political situation there is the authority is in the sea there, right? But the Pope acts as the king of that little piece of land.
Look, I got to say, I've seen no evidence to the contrary. That Pope, now he might seem like a nice enough bloke, but that institution, there's something absolutely screwy with that. I mean, I'm like up to 325 AD. I'm absolutely convinced that that Christian religion is a con. Absolutely convinced. And what I've seen from 325 onwards thus far makes me extremely suspicious.
Oh, it's totally a political tool. I mean, it's not anything authentic.
You know how
I
much
agree.
money the Vatican has? It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
about time they gave it back, eh?
Enough money to basically bring poor people wealthy all over the world.
Yeah, I've sort of
Vatican
seen that proposition. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's really, I think that's one of the optimistic things here. I mean, if we could somehow, you know, have a rational, hard argument with or hard look at this evidence, you know, I don't think it's beyond reason to actually say that you could get a crimes against humanity charge against these folks, and then you could legally reclaim proceeds of crime and then give it back to the poor folks. Yay.
All the wealth in the world,
Who are you going to
there's
get
a lot
to
of poor
enforce
people. A lot of people that can't have clean water.
Well, I've got something to say about that, Jesse. The wealth is only as valuable as we make it.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, that's true. That's true. Absolutely. I mean, in a Gnostic Jesus sense, money's not what it's all about. And, you know, me personally, I think you get much more. You don't get joy out of money. You just simply don't. Your joy comes from your family and really being authentically, and the key word there is authentically selfless. And that tracks back to the two wars. I mean, if you look at that story, so I had a bit of a think about that story. When you actually look at the way he describes each of the wolves, you find that one's a selfish arsehole, and it's, you know, and it talks about behaviours that you see in selfish people, and the other one talks about behaviours you'd expect to see in people that are selfless, you know, caring, compassionate type of folks. So what I did with that, I came across, I'll share this one with you. I think you'll find this interesting. I came across a study by a dude on these baboons. I'll just dig it up because it's a really good one. It only runs 3 minutes, but bloody hell, it shows you an evolutionary connection to behaviour, I think. So just 1 second. So what this guy did is he was studying some baboons, right? And baboons, if you know anything about their natural choice in the way their model works, they're very much a hierarchical they run a hierarchical model. So
Well, they're nasty animals.
They're fucking nasty, all right. They're the perfect representation of what I think of empires nowadays. But they run a hierarchical model, and it's all about the guy right at the top. And what he'll do, he'll get up in the morning and he'll go and find his two subordinates, he'll smack them around, and then they'll go and pass it down the line, and it keeps everything in order for him. And what happened was in this study, so the link's there now, guys, on the chat side, but what he did in this study, he was watching these baboons, just studying their behaviours, and this particular troop that he was watching were feeding on this trash heap, and someone had thrown some poisoned meat in the trash heap. Now, of course, the way the hierarchy works is that the big boys at the top get first dibs on or first go at the food. So these arsehole monkeys at the top got their just desserts. They ate the poisoned meat and all died. Karma. So you see, karma's real. Anyway, but the really interesting thing was that what was left in the community, this tribe, were the dominant females, right? So they actually took up the lead role of the remaining members of the troop. And what he witnessed was this really interesting behavioural change within that particular troop. They became more community-minded and friendly, sort of a friendly group, peaceful. They settled down a lot. And if some young turkey came along to join into the troop, he'd come in and try out his old stuff. But the group had got so used, I guess, to the newer and better model that they sorted these little guys out and they tamed them down. And so it was a very telling story, I think, on behaviours and this very sharp contrast between perhaps a selfish arsehole model and a community that was living on a more of a selfless model. So anyway, that link's there. Have a look at it. It's very interesting.
Interesting.
So they became a lot more like bonobos.
I don't know that breed or what their story is. I guess I related.
I'm not really sure they were having giant orgies there, Service.
But no, that's how bonobos act. They have an alpha male, but as soon as there's a conflict, the females are in charge.
Have a look at the video anyway. What I related to, I related. It made me think about fish. You know how fish school, or certain small fish, they'll school in a big ball, and that I take as their survival strategy, right? Which is different to the baboon model. The baboon, it's all about the king at the top, and that's how they, pass the gene on, and that's how they survive. But in fish, they, small fish particularly, they school together, and I thought, well, that's bloody interesting, because what happens there is that particular, any member of that collective has to keep a very close eye on their neighbour. If they don't, they break formation and then they get gobbled up. So I thought, oh, that's interesting, because you could relate that to a very commonly used golden rule in all of spirituality, which says, love thy neighbour. So if the little fish isn't loving his neighbour, he's a dead duck, and the survival strategy of the herd of fish, or shoal of fish, starts to break down. So I began to start to think about that a little, and these two very primitive survivalist strategies, and I thought, fucking hell, that's humans. That's what happens in humans, and it actually seems to bear out that the people that choose to look after number one, actually, if you're interested, I got another study done by Beekal, and that really talks to this topic. And it shows how people will actually fall into that trap. If you're interested, I'll put it there anyway. Anyway, I'll probably go on a bit. So.
Quite interesting.
It's fascinating stuff, but it all comes back to very basic, primitive things. I guess my conclusion was that, here we have evidence of how animals' behaviours are governed by these primitive survival strategies. I'm suggesting that humans are no freaking different, and so there's some more support for the evolutionary model, I think. Anyway.
So the women are just
waiting
for the men to destroy themselves.
What's that?
I'm kind of being joking. So women are pretty much sitting back waiting just for the men to destroy themselves so they could take over the world.
Yeah, I think so. Don't show them that bloody baboon movie, mate. You'll give them an idea and we'll be screwed.
No. Yeah.
I don't know. I had a woman boss once, and I tell you what, she was one of the best bosses I ever had. So I don't mind having a woman as a boss, as long as they're not competitive so-and-so, because women can be just as bad. They can be a baboon too.
Yeah. I wonder why we don't have a female president yet.
Well, yeah, I was just going to ask that. What do you feel about a woman, though, being a commander-in-chief of a military of mostly men? I mean, I can see...
Yeah, well, I don't mind the idea. I don't think it's a matter of whether it's a male or a female. I think it's more a matter of if they're a genuinely authentic individual. That's who you want to have as your leader, right? What I'll say, though, is I'm very suspicious of Hillary Clinton, and I'm not a fan of Bill Clinton. I think he's a bit of a nasty piece of work, actually. But I haven't found enough evidence to qualify that, so it's just a suspicion I have.
You ever heard of Monica?
I have.
Wait. Are we endorsing Monica for president?
Well, maybe she probably had a life lesson. She might be a good person, but no. What I'm saying is that if you're going to pick someone to lead you, make sure that they're authentically selfless individuals, and that the evidence is there. Because see, over here in Australia, we had a little prick called Kevin
Selfless
Rudd.
people do not become president these days.
Hey, what's that? What?
Selfless people do not become president these days.
Well, you got to change that. It just doesn't work. This current model is not working.
No, you need some good catchphrases to get into the executive
Yes.
office.
Yes. Yes.
Change.
Yes.
Yeah, there's more to that story, though. I mean, geez. Apparently, we've got real problems in the media. You know, they really don't tell a straight story. There's a whole bloody raft of stuff coming out of this second book study that suggests that there's a lot of shonky business going on.
Like compare the timeline of Egypt to the Bible. Find correlations with different events that match up. Like Moses supposedly splitting the Red Sea, and those people would go across, and it's more like character. It's just a story.
Yeah.
But
Well,
you find a mass migration in Egypt's history, though.
Well, yeah, like Robert mentioned earlier, I mean, Moses, for all we know, is made up. You know.
yeah.
That's why I say there's characters in the story. The whole Bible.
I mean,
is more like a
supposedly that asshole wandered around in the peninsula there for 40 years, so 40 plus years, and didn't even get to go to the, promised land, the Canaanites' territory. So,
Well,
sucks for him.
There's an interesting guy historically. He comes into the story around with the passing of Caligula. So he's in play just before Caligula gets knocked off, and that's one of my major events as well. But his name's Appian, and we get introduced to him by a guy called Josephus. Appian was running the Greek story, and he was getting backing from Caligula. And basically the Greeks, probably for a long time, were really hard at having a crack at all this Pharisee bullshit that was travelling around. And their conclusion was that I think they had a figure called Moses at 750 or 760 BC. I think it's called the seventh millennium or something. So, the Greeks in the day, they were trying to have a crack at all this crap, and and again, there's a pattern. You see that all the way through Greeks versus Jews. Not Jews, but the Pharisees. So you get this Greek v Pharisee story is quite a strong theme through the bullshit. It's the bullshit story.
Mm.
So I don't know. I reckon Moses might be crap. Tell you the truth. Total crap.
I feel like I missed an important part of that conversation. Wasn't Cleopatra all the way back to her great-great-grandfather Greek?
I didn't really have a long, hard look at Cleopatra, so I can't tell you. Like I said before, you get presented with a whole bunch of rabbit holes. I don't know whether you guys relate to rabbit holes, but you get a whole lot of lines of inquiry that you could spend forever following if you allow yourself to be distracted. I was more interested in trying to piece together the common thread or the bigger picture, because I just knew that there was something wrong, but I needed one single explanation. So I was kind of looking for, where's the rationale? What's the rational context you could put all this shit into and then having that rational context, which is, you know, my two wolves paradigm, and, you know, empires being evil and wanting to rule the world. Once I had that in place, that's what I was really after. And once I had that, you know, I was pretty satisfied with the work. But if I had have allowed myself to just get buried down those rabbit holes, I'd probably be, well, I'd be dead before I'd finished the work. It's just too much crap. Have you ever bothered to look at some of this literature? Golly gosh, talk about mountains of rubbish.
You do anything on the German Empire?
The German Empire, yeah. Well, this is part of the next book. I tell you, they called Hitler. There's a guy called oh, I can't think of his name now, but anyway, this particular Prussian president looks like a bit of a suspect dude, or no, I think he was a Prussian emperor or some bloody thing. He called Hitler the Bohemian Corporal. Then you've got a guy called Bismarck. He's a really sus dude. One of the things that triggered me in this whole interest in this whole area was the Rwandan massacre, where a whole bunch of people over in Africa got absolutely, you know, killed each other. It was a massive massacre, and I thought, you know, I was just trying to work out, well, how the hell could, in this modern day and age, could we have such an event? And the other thing that struck me is our apathy to it. I mean, these poor people, you know, you could just think of them as, you know, your neighbours or whatever, and the bloody thing is 800,000 of them are killing and ripping each other apart. Well, it turned out that there's a connection back to a guy called Bismarck, and Bismarck was one of the key characters in leading what they called the Stampede on Africa, or Scramble for Africa. I'm not sure which one of those two it is, but you can Google that and look it up. And what happened, these empire pricks, what they did is they set their eyes on the African continent, and then they went down there and they used their, and the reason that that Rwandan event happened is that these pricks got down there and they fed one of the tribes and spoilt them and gave them, you know, all sorts of favourable treatment, and the others they treated like sheer dirt, and they created this conflict between the two, and that was the precursor to that actual event. And that plays out in history too, because in Australia we're actually guilty, the white Australians, of doing the same thing to the poor old Aboriginal folks. The Empire comes over here and just rapes and pillages and bloody destroys the Aboriginal, you know, hold on their land. And in America, same story again with the Indians. The bloody Empire came in and just massacred people, hey?
I was like, you have an excuse, though. You did it with the Empire. We did it after the Empire.
Oh, no, mate, no. It was an Empire mindset that did it. So it's not the people themselves, right? It never is. It's not us people. It's these greedy arseholes, and the reason they do it, they want to own everything. That's the only freaking reason they do it. They deliberately do it because they want to. They just see something, they say, oh, I want it, and, you know, just like a spoiled kid. And that's exactly what's going on. You know, they're crooked as dogs' hind legs. So it's not us people that are guilty. It's these, because I mean, you and I ain't sitting in no castle reaping the rewards of all their raping and pillaging. It's these pricks clearly in my book.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of who got the rewards, it doesn't really forgive you of your actions if you did something wrong.
Oh, I understand your point, but what I'm saying is that the initiator, like in the Rwandan episode, if you want to track back, you'll find very specifically that the original sin is that guy called Bismarck. He called a meeting where the empires got together, and it was on the back of that, and this is on the record, that the empire turned its attention towards Africa and went down, and historically they bloody pillaged them. And they certainly haven't done any favours to the African folk at all. They fucking treated them like dirt. And, you know, that's the same story over here in Australia. I mean, you know, and I know of some Aboriginal people. They're some of the finest people you could meet. And that reminds me of a story. There was a guy, he's an Aboriginal dude, and one of the tragedies of this whole episode over here is just that the Aboriginals drink a lot and they have a lot of early death, and there's a lot of illness in their community. And this guy, fabulous guy, he'd lost a number of his family, and one bloke walked up to him one day and he said, "Well, mate, all this tragedy, how come you're still such a good guy?" Because he was the kind of bloke that would give you the shirt off his back. And he said, "Well, we black fellas, we're actually really good folk. We're just waiting for you white folks to catch up." And I thought, bloody, you know what, mate, you're right. You're spot on. So.
Well, didn't they basically wipe out the Aboriginal population in Tasmania?
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's absolutely accurate. And the other thing is, they used to do some terrible things with the kids, and see again the bloody churches getting in. They used to get the kids into these, take them away. They call it the stolen generations. They take the kids and put them through school and under the care of these bloody missionaries. It was all bullshit to undermine the whole thing. Now, fortunately, though, the culture has still not been squashed, and they're making a bit of a re-emergent, which is a really good thing. So, because see, the interesting about the Aboriginals, they've lived for 50,000 years in one continent, right? And they haven't screwed that environment up. I mean, the Australians, or even globally, if you like, the empire and its ways, I mean, they've trashed the planet within, what, a couple of 100 years? Made a friggin' right mess of it. So there's probably a lot we could learn if we'd ever bothered to pay attention to these indigenous folk, in my book. Anyway.
No.
I mean, I don't think you're giving them enough credit. I think they didn't ruin their environment because they didn't have access to work animals.
Sorry, say that again?
I'm pretty sure they didn't ruin their environment because they didn't have access to work animals or high-protein grains.
Yeah, I get your point, but here's the counter position, right? For 50,000 years, that community survived intact with their environment with low impact. That's undeniable. And that probably may have, and it's theoretically, I mean, you've got natural catastrophes, I suppose, but theoretically they may have continued for another 50,000 years. That's not the civilized world story. We're on a bloody crash course with a disaster with this climate stuff, and we have a very poor relationship with the planet. So, all right, you might solve one problem and you might be able to feed 7 billion people. Well, shit, we don't do that well because I know that there's 3 billion that live in poverty, and a lot of those starve. So, I don't think our model's right, and I think we need to really stop and rethink it. That's if we've got any time to fix the friggin' problem.
We're stuck here on this planet. We have technology. We can go up in the stars, but no, we're just still stuck here, not moving to the stars.
Well, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't like to live on a star. I'm happy here, but what I'd like to do is live. I'd like to see us live better, have a better accord with our environment, and more respect for it, and more respect for each other.
You need to start colonizing space.
Nah, bullshit. Who wants to go up there? If you're cold or hot, or you'd have to live inside a cube. Nah, that's crap. We're born of this place. This is the best place to be. That's my view.
Until the Earth's destroyed sometime in the future.
We won't be quick enough to get out. I think we'll be all dead, mate. To tell you the truth. That's all right. Whenever you die, It's just the biggest problem I see is that as a community, like I've got kids, right? As a community, we're busy bullshitting and fighting about religious crap, and no one's doing too much about the environment. And we're going to, like someone of my age will die, and we'll leave our kids to clean up a friggin' mess that they may not even be able to cope with. And I find that actually appalling. That pisses me off. Well, it's true. It's pretty much true, I think.
Well, speaking of the environment, we have a very interesting experiment going on here in America.
What's that?
Both California and Texas are in their third or fourth year of drought, like severe drought.
Ooh.
And California is doing things like making aquifers and building water lines to bring water in and stuff like that. And Texas is praying. And I make a prediction. In the next 3 years, one state's going to be almost dead. And the other state will be just fine.
That's karma. Karma's real.
You're throwing words at a picture, and what you're doing. Don't see anything done.
Oh dear.
Well,
Hey,
the other
that's
states like doing everything.
It's good to hear that the technologists are actually getting into the water technology, because that's going to be pretty critical, I think, to trying to combat climate change. See, over here in America, we've got in Australia, we've got a similar problem. It's a real worry. Up on the top end of Queensland, where our cane crops grow, the significant heat's been killing those crops, and the farmers are already saying that it's going to take them 3 years to recover, and they can only recover if climate returns to normal patterns. So if it rises up, I mean, you're looking at having, these massive food crops being smashed about a bit. So we could be in a bit of bloody trouble if they don't come up with some pretty quick strategies, I would have thought.
One thing, though, I have faith in Australia because they're pretty damn self-reliant.
Yeah. Well, we are pretty, like we'll get in and have a crack, but no, I don't know. Personally, I see this as a global issue, and the thing that pisses me off is that we don't get together as a global community and work together on the problem. And I think while that persists, I mean, to me, the big ones are China and bloody India. And unless you get those guys turning around to different technologies, what hope have you got? I mean, we don't put out anything near what they would. I wouldn't imagine. So anyway, it is what it is, I suppose. Anyway, guys, been good chatting. I might move on and go and annoy some Islam folks. Yeah, they drive me nuts, so I give them a bit back.
Thanks for stopping by, Rob. Hey, Rob. This thing is being recorded live, probably on a video. If you want to, I don't know, what's the name of your book? You want to plug a book or a website?
So my book's title is "What Is This Thing Called God?" And the way the title is G-O in brackets O-D. So that's the way I write God. And then I say, that's religion explained, now let's talk peace. So that's my book, that's my title, and I have no objection to you putting anything online. I'm not bashful. And thanks for the time, and thanks for putting it up.
Not a problem.
There is a guy called Neo. You mentioned him at the start, I think. What's his name? Neo.
Nephilim 3.
Oh yeah, him. Now there's someone's trying to organise me and him to have a debate. So I'm ready for that.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I want to have that debate with him.
There's only one way to debate Nephilim free, and that's in person with a really big fist.
Wow.
No, let me at him. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I'd like to try them out.
Listen out, you evil evolutionist. You will not be able to prove evolution because I found this stick under a rock. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, but, hey, I'll let you in, you guys in on a tip and see if it plays out for you. But this is an observation I've made, right? When you're dealing with people that have a belief paradigm as their reality. Now, I track it back to the two wolves and all that stuff, but fundamentally I found, and it seems to bear out, right? I found that when you get close to their belief paradigm and the person actually senses that you're a real threat, there's an immediate, it's almost, well, I think it is instinctive, there's an immediate change in mood. When you see that change in mood, stop the conversation and just explain to the person that you've observed that mood and you're going to predict two behavioural patterns that will emerge from this point in the conversation going forward. The two patterns relate very much to the instinctive fight-flight mechanism, the response mechanism. And I think I'm beginning to believe that these guys, you know, they've got no control over themselves at this particular point. So what happens from that point forward, you'll notice in their behaviour, they'll want to avoid all evidence at all costs that relates to your premise. Doggedly hold them to that point and insist that they provide their evidence, right?
That's exactly what happened earlier, Rob. Right before you came in with Nephilim, we were pressing him about slavery because he was stating that there was a moral absolute. And but then, you know, when you go to discuss slavery in the Bible, it was a totally different context. So, and then we, you know, on other matters as well. And then he fled. He fled the chat. He was like, I gotta go.
Exactly. That's the flight mechanism. What's happening there? So what they try first, and you can even see this in kids. Kids will do this little trick. That's how primitive it is as a response. They throw a tantrum, right? And what they're trying to do in that tantrum is make you feel uncomfortable and back off. But if that fails, if you stand your ground, the very next strategy, it's all about avoidance. That's the flight mechanism. So, you know, you get that fight-flight response. And in the flight mechanism, it's all complete avoidance. And when they eventually get to a point where they just run, they shut the conversation down and censorship kicks in. So I like to warn them up front that that's exactly what's going to happen and try and get them. What I'm trying to do is actually get them to stay a bit longer, because the agenda from that point of shock where their mood swing changes, the agenda at that point is to nail them on facts. You know? So that's why I'm really keen to have a go at this, Blake. So someone's organising it for me. I don't know who, whether it's one of you guys, but
I would love to be the moderator of that conversation.
Oh, someone's already doing it, mate.
They better do a good job.
You just watch out for it. I mean, put me in your circles on Google Chat, and you'll see when they organise, and then just come along and have a look. Or it'll be out there on the YouTube, I'm sure.
No, we were in. I remember that conversation, Rob. The guy who wants to moderate it, he's not going to really moderate it too well. I remember we were in the conversation with Jana and the other guy. What's his name? He's a
Yuri, wasn't it? Yuri.
I forgot.
Yeah, Yuri. There's a guy called Yuri. But it doesn't matter. I mean, you guys can hijack him and you can organise it. I don't care. I just want to play with the guy.
Yeah.
I just want to give you a tip right now. What's going to happen with him is you're not going to have a debate. You're going to start to talk, say anything.
Yeah.
He's going to talk over you, claiming you're talking over him. And then even if you try to apologize, he's going to talk over you, and then when you give him a chance to speak, he's going to say something that has nothing to do with what you're talking about, claim victory, and then continue to talk over you.
That's exactly what happened earlier.
This is why we need a strong moderator, because this is why we need a strong moderator to keep him in line. If we have a strong moderator that knows his agenda and keeps him on track to point, right? Because the way I'll be tackling him is I'll be insisting that we go point for point, and we don't move on until we've answered questions. And I'll be insisting on evidence. Now, if we moderate him like that, I guarantee he'll be fucking running out of the room. Pardon the French, but he'll be running out of the room before too long. And if I introduce that at the front, you know, it sort of calls him out. It points out to him and that'll give him something to think about. I guarantee it.
Well, this is where you're gonna have to have formal debate rules, you know, certain time
Oh
limit.
no, you don't have to get complicated. No. Keep it
Well,
nice and
with that
simple.
form, you're gonna have to.
No.
No.
Just insist that he bloody answer the question with evidence. That's the thing that'll undo him.
Yeah, but
You only need a couple things. You only need a couple things. You need to force them to take turns.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Keep it to questions and answers, no dialogues, and then have a small group of fact checkers on hand so they can go look up the statements people are making.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, well, if you want to get if you want to have some fun with this dude, set it up. Anyway, I must go. So happy days.
All right, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for your perspective.
Yeah, it was good to talk to you guys.
Vikings were Hebrews.
Sorry?
Vikings were Hebrews.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry.
The Vikings were Hebrews.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's all sorts of stories. I mean, I'm sort of happy that I've got something that makes sense to me, and I'm gonna run with. You know, I got a big picture.
That's cool.
See ya.
See ya.
Later on.
Bye.
Ooh. He seems like a nice guy.
He's very interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. So I miss Nephilim Free. I'm so sad. And I have actually been dying to be in a room with him so I can constantly.
So you're a unhappy panda. I'm pretty sure the real pandas are sad as well.
A sad panda is really unhappy.
I know, right? We need to change that.
God damn it! I tried to get in a room with Pillbox before, but
you broke up there.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to get into a room with Pillbox before, but he kept on being so reasonable I couldn't disagree with him. Did anyone been in a room with him before?
Yes.
I was flabbergasted. Like, he wasn't being loud, he was being polite, he wasn't lying, he was being a good person.
Yeah, he's turned full face lately. I mean, the first few times I was in a room with Pillbox, it was a shouting match, and I actually, my policy is if somebody starts doing that to me, I block them for like 24 hours or something like that. But no, last time I was in a hangout with him, he was actually pretty reasonable, but he kept calling me a history denier, which I was kind of like, when I was bringing up historical contradictions to what he was saying.
So you were bringing up history that was denying what he was saying, but you're a history denier.
Exactly.
My favorite moment with him was we were in the room discussing evolution. We talked about genetics, all this other stuff, and then we got to the fossil record, and he said, well, we couldn't observe it, so it's not proof. And then from that point on, every statement he said, I said, I can't observe that, therefore you're wrong.
Like the dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dragons are real, guys. Didn't you see the Chinese paintings? In some far-fetched construed way, I can turn Plinley the Elder's writings into a story about dragons.
Is that him that's like big on dragons?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That explains it. I left a chat yesterday, and apparently he was talking about how I was eaten by a dragon, because that's how I disappeared.
What? Oh no, dragons. I
had this whole thing I was going to tell him the dragon was Muslim, and he spit me out because I was too drunk.
Dragon was a Muslim. Did you say that's the Komodo dragon? Oh, that's a dragon.
when me and Pillbox talk about other things like music and everything, it's pretty cool. But then, he's just stuck on this evolution creation thing. And I had one time I wanted to talk to him about some other issue. I asked him, have you ever read the whole Bible? And he said, no. I'm like, well, don't you think you should if you're gonna, rely your whole faith on this whole your life? And I mean, and I wanted to talk about other issues that were more relevant to the very core of the Christian belief he's professing, but he always brings it back to this evolution creation thing. It's like, come on, let's talk about.
Oh yeah, he's totally ignorant. I brought up scripture with him, and he's like, derp derp. You just cycle into some default argument that is not relevant to what I brought up. So, or like I loved his discussion with me. Oh well, his debate, I guess, with me on sex ed. So.
Sex? Really? No.
Yeah, his solution is that we should distribute Bibles to all of the youth. That will keep them from doing naughty stuff, right? Sure.
That will lead to so many teen pregnancies.
Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Jeez.
I don't see the problem with teaching them how not to get pregnant and then also telling them not to have sex. Why can't we do both?
You wait until it's the right time.
I mean,
what was even better is I expressed to him that my parents, because he said, I asked him, so how do they learn about sex, Pillbox? And he replied with, well, your parents teach you, right? And I was like, no, my parents did not teach me about sex. And Nadia was in the room too, and she said, my parents didn't teach me about sex. And everybody else, except for Pillbox, did not have their parents teach them about sex. And I'm like, and then I asked him straight up, how do your parents teach you about sex, and how is that going to work? And then he just resorted back to, well, we just need to hand out Bibles to everyone. And he's like, you're kidding, right? You don't know how parents teach children about sex? And I'm like, no, I don't, honestly.
My parents never taught me that either than myself.
I will give my parents credit. They tried. It was only about 1.5 years too late.
Oh, my dad kind of tried, but it was kind of too late too. Yeah.
Like, what do you do? Do you have sex in front of your kids and say, that's how it works, kids?
Show and tell.
You just go with you go where you feel is right. It could be anything. All these weird fetishes you hear.
If it was a few millennia ago, you would see adults having sex in public. So, the problem solved.
Mm-hmm. Or read this book.
Check this.
But I don't really know what the big deal is. Like,
you don't read.
It didn't seem that confusing to me.
We have the internet. A lot of interesting things in the internet.
I am not real old, but I do remember before the internet, and that is roughly about the time. So, I didn't have the internet. You're lucky, I guess.
Well, before the internet, I actually read like a book a day. So, I mean, the internet kind of ruined that.
God.
Well, it does that pretty well for everyone on certain things.
I mean, I had already been familiar with computers and whatnot. I was actually born with like a Commodore 64 in my lap, but.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, I remember the old dial-up bulletin boards and Windows 3.1.
I remember Windows 98 and floppy disks.
Do you remember the bigger ones? The bigger floppy disks?
I had a library of 5 1/4 inch discs.
Oh my word.
That's how
Yeah.
computers used to work. You used to put the disk in. You didn't have a hard drive, right? You put these disks in, or you put in like cartridges, like you do on older video game systems. So they were the same as the computers at the time.
Oh, and then when the tape decks came out, the tape drives.
Oh yeah, tape drive backup. Oh man, 3 hours to back up like 300 megabytes.
Huh. Yeah, my laptop could hold a whole lot more than that.
Before all that, didn't they have like the IBM cards?
Punch cards.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, you actually wrote your program on the punch card, and then you ran it in the computer, and the computer ran the program.
Yeah.
When we got the optical media, that made it a lot better than using punch cards. We could do way more sophisticated stuff. So.
Is any of us actually old enough to be to remember the 40s and 50s?
Well, actually, I took
Not at all. I'm 21. I can't.
class I took in high school, and they had us punching IBM cards.
Well, that's impressive because that shit would have been ancient when you were in school.
Well, I mean, still, well, I wasn't 40s or 50s. That's for sure. We're talking,
I did 65.
80, 1980, 79, 80. 80,
They had you learning how to do punch cards.
Yeah, they were giving us punch card.
Yeah, there were actually businesses still using IBM mainframe punch card systems up until a decade ago, a little less than a decade ago. Yeah.
Way to catch up with the rest of society, guys.
Well, no, what businesses do is they have like a bunch of layers of technology. So when they keep their old shit, up in a closet, but somebody has to run it, right? So because they have a lot of important, valuable information usually when it comes to computers, and not everyone is too keen on transferring a whole bunch, like decades worth of data, over onto a new system, So.
Yeah. Schools with old computers.
I would imagine it'd probably be faster to write it out by hand and then retype it in than it would be using a punch card system, though.
Huh. Mm.
Kind of like taking all the old music that are on albums that are nowhere to be found on CDs or anything and transferring them over.
I have CDs still, and a CD player.
That's okay. They'll be around for a little while still.
And I still have a cassette player.
Yeah, I haven't had a cassette player for a long time.
Yeah, I record my own stuff, like old music and whatnot. Now I have an MP3 player that I've had for over 3 years. I noticed the battery's like kind of been used pretty well. It's like only 4 hours each time I recharge. It's like I only have 4 hours before I have to recharge it again.
Well, yeah, I mean, battery technology's gotten a lot better even since a decade ago.
I still have an MP3 player. I use an external battery. The
There's some
AAA
guy in
battery.
the Midwest, I think he's like in his 60s, and he owned a record store, oh God, going 40 years back, maybe 30-something years back. And he would always get like he would save every first copy that came into that record store. He's built an archive in his basement now since the record store closed, and it's like worth like millions of dollars. And it's kind of sad in a way because a lot of this music cannot even, cannot be found on the internet. And he's got this whole archive that he's trying to sell and hopefully get in the right hands. But God, I can just imagine some good music there that might possibly get lost.
Yeah, imagine how much of a pain in the ass it would be to take it from the large records. You get one of the things, the combinations that they have to go from records to cassette. and then somehow find something somewhere, take it from cassette to DVD or CD, and then put it on a computer?
Well, I've gone straight from record to digital to CD. I used to do that. Actually, did that for someone. I converted all of their records into CD format. But you get the. It depends on the quality of the record player. You get the graininess of the record playing back. So, however good quality your record player is, and the condition of the record determines how well it'll come out.
Oh no, some old people like to snap, crackle, and pop.
Some music, it just seems appropriate, like the old,
My dad sells a record player.
30s music and whatnot. So
He plays more of the 50s, 60s music.
Oh no, we're talking about the jump between swinging and big band to rock and roll. I mean,
yeah. I'm talking about the old school. Pre Elvis.
Yeah. After record player, we got 8-track tapes.
well, I mean, actually, after the record player, we had like 5 other kinds of record players.
It's still kind of a record
Then we had
player.
8-track tapes.
Yeah, 8-track.
Was there anything between record players and 8-tracks?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Might have some reel-to-reel. I don't know if that was in between there.
Reel to reel. That's like big movies.
Well, it's the same idea. It's magnetic tape.
Yeah. Showing our age.
Oh god, movie reels.
Makes me, well, talking about movies makes me laugh at some of those older movies where they have all the magnetic tape reels running in their server room, and it's some kind of supercomputer that runs the world or something like that.
Yeah, looking back and realizing exactly how stupid we were.
Mm-hmm.
Was it War Games? Oh yeah, I remember that.
Oh god, I can't watch that movie anymore. I used to love that movie when I was young, and then I got older and stuff changed, and now it just looks so awful.
Mm-hmm. I still have hundreds of VHS tapes.
There's only 2 old movies off the top of my head that are kind of supposed to be technologically in the future that I still like, and that's Blade Runner and Logan's Run. Please tell me everyone here has seen those movies.
Well, Blade Runner is one of my favorites, and yes.
I still remember The Last Dinosaur with Richard Boone.
No, I really like science fiction stories or film that are like mind fucks, Ask some. It's literally asking some really deep questions.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. Soylent Green is people.
The Slime People. Since 1963 movie.
Make me want to watch old movies.
Hilarious. There's a whole bunch of movies at home. Some I still haven't seen yet.
Have you seen Soylent Green?
No.
You should go watch that.
Oh, Final Countdown.
I don't think I've seen Final Countdown. Is that a movie?
I see how it is. Gary is in 2 places.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he in the hangout with Eve and Nadia? or whatever.
No, he's in another one that I was invited to earlier. Also, it has Cliff Jumper and Epicurus, a Greek, which I'm kind of offended whenever I read that name.
You're offended easily because
That guy's a Catholic, you know. So.
You know whose name offends me? True empiricism.
No, he is offensive. Period.
Well, he is, but like he doesn't know what empiricism is.
I know. I tried to I had one little stint with him. I was like, "Fuck this dude. He's retarded." So.
Oh, I was talking to him once, and he was talking about how I don't know. I think he said he had a video, but he was in some chat with Aaron Ra, and he was like, "Oh, I owned Aaron Ra," and then he wouldn't talk to me anymore. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're just so dumb you didn't know you lost."
Sounds about right.
Not to go suck on Aaron Ra's dick or anything, but he's not a dumb man.
Well, I mean, the thing with Aaron is the way he presents himself, right? He gets really aggressive.